Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, What If Harry Was Rescued by a Muggleborn Teacher. Here is short summary. A Muggleborn teacher finds Harry before the wizarding world can break him, and everything changes. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Heath waited for Harry. Arrival on the Hogwarts Express. It was 10 minutes until the train was due to arrive, and he was chatting with a few other parents that were there to collect their children for the Christmas break. Jessica had decided to stay at home to get some preparations for Christmas done and to make sure that Harry's room was ready for him. While they had already done that the day before, she wanted it to be perfect for his first holidays back from school. While he had written them lots of letters, they had missed him and couldn't wait to see him again. Heath also knew that Jessica had planned to make a special cake for Harry. While normally she let him bake cakes and biscuits, this time she wanted to do it herself. Well, he didn't mind. He would have some time with the boy who was as good as his son on his own, which was sometimes needed for a growing boy. His conversation partners were the parents of Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan. Both former Hufflepuffs like himself, and both informed about the report that was causing waves everywhere. "I say, it's high time that Dumbledore takes a stricter approach with Severus Snape," Ebenezer Macmillan declared. "The things Ernest wrote to me in his letters are simply disturbing. I mean, who would belittle a child that we owe that much to? And when it's absolutely clear that the boy isn't arrogant at all." True, Hannah wrote similar things. According to her, the ones that have most trouble with Professor Snape are Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. And being in the same house as Harry, she described how he was nothing like the stories that had been published. A shame that nobody did anything about a totally wrong image of the poor boy being created. She told me to throw her Harry Potter storybooks away, as they were complete rubbish. The real one was nothing like the book character and much better, because he was her friend, Valerie Abbott commented. True, Ernest described the Muggle game football that Potter and Thomas from Gryffindor started up. It seems to have become nearly as popular at the school as Quidditch. And bless his soul, Hagrid has been a great person to go to for the students when they need somebody to talk to or simply to have a cup of tea. And he offered the field next to his hut for them to play. I say that's a great development. While Hagrid might be a bit strange about his creatures, he would always protect a child to his last breath, should it be necessary, Ebenezer said. I heard similar things. I think that the game has managed what others haven't managed in the past. It united a good part of the houses. It's high time, I would think. After all, what reason is there to not have more friends in other houses than your own? A little bit of competitive behavior at Quidditch is all right, but the outright enmity that can be observed between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students in particular is not at all productive for the school, Keith added. That's right. Hannah wrote that she joined a study group where students from all houses in first year meet for defense against the dark arts. I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking letting a man that has a horrible stutter teach the students such an important class. But then again, his decisions in other subjects are questionable as well, Valerie mentioned. Well, now he'll have to take action, as the Board of Governors and the Department of Magical Education will be on the case. It's hard to ignore something like a 40 pages long report with details about the performance of all teachers, seen from the student's point of view. And platitudes about completely trusting a teacher won't do it anymore, Keith stated. The others nodded, and then an announcement sounded over the platform that the Hogwarts Express was pulling in. They looked into the direction from where it should soon appear, and 1 minute later the engine came into view. They waited until the train had stopped and the doors flew open with students milling out of it, looking for their families. "There's Hannah," Valerie exclaimed happily and waved to her daughter, who spotted her and waved back, before turning around and accepted the trunk that was passed down to her from inside the train. She took it to the side and then got the next one, with one brown-haired boy doing the same and placing a number of trunks and bags to the other side of the door. Once all trunks and bags seemed to be out, 2 cages with owls in them were passed to the outside, and 3 other seemingly first years appeared, holding 2 more cages and 1 basket for a cat. "They seem to be coming over now," Keith told the others while they watched how the group of 5, 2 girls and 3 boys, sorted the luggage out and took it with them to their parents. Keith had spotted Harry among that group and had a big smile on his face. It was a good system to organize the luggage being taken out for the whole group by some being on the inside passing it on to the ones outside. Soon Hannah, Ernie and Harry were in front of them and greeted by the group of parents. "Hi, Keith," Harry greeted happily and Keith ruffled his hair playfully. "Hey, Harry, did you have a nice term?" Keith asked. "Yes. Thought I really hope that the report that nearly all students signed will bring a few major changes to Hogwarts. I mean, while some teachers are good, too many aren't, and that shouldn't be the case at the supposed best school for magic, right?" Harry asked. "Definitely true, young man," Ebenezer agreed. "Dad, I would like to introduce you to my friends. These are Hannah Abbott and Harry Potter," Ernie said. "Harry, Hannah, this is my dad, Ebenezer Macmillan." The eyes of the parents widened slightly, but they didn't react over the top. "Nice to meet you too," Ebenezer said. "Same to you, sir," Harry replied politely and Hannah followed suit. Valerie also introduced herself to Ernie and Harry and then the group got ready to go home. "Are you taking the flow home, Keith?" Ebenezer asked. "No, my home isn't connected to the flow. I'm going to drive. As you know, I live in the Muggle world. Doing things the Muggle way prevents that anybody thinks that something strange is going on," Keith answered. "Isn't that inconvenient?" Valerie asked. "No, not at all. I'm used to it after all, and there are some great things that you only get in the Muggle world," Keith shook his head. "Like movies," Harry quipped. "Yes, that's a good example. By the way, I got the tickets that I promised you." "We're going to see Hook tomorrow evening," Keith told Harry. "Oh yeah," Harry cheered. "What's Hook?" Hannah asked. "It's a movie based on the tale of Peter Pan, which is a famous fairy tale in the Muggle world. The movie was advertised for a while and it's just come out this month. It's a fantasy adventure film and directed by Steven Spielberg, a famous director for movies. It will be great," Harry told them. "I'm sorry, but you have lost us there," Ebenezer admitted. "I don't know what a movie is and that fairy tale isn't one I know." "That's understandable. This is about the same feeling that Muggleborns have when they first enter the wizarding world and even some time after. There simply are different stories that are told to children while growing up. Peter Pan is a boy who lives in a place called Neverland and he doesn't want to grow up. It happens to be one of Harry's favorite fairy tales," Keith explained. "Mum, can I also see a movie over the Christmas break?" "It sounds awesome," Hannah asked. "I don't know. I wouldn't know where we could watch one," Valerie admitted. "Oh, there I can be of assistance. I happen to have a big telly at home and a VCR. Jessica, Harry and I have some videos, which are essentially tapes on which movies are put onto, and I have no problem if some friends of Harry come over one afternoon to watch a movie to see what it is like. I would only have to get permission from my squib neighbor to let them use her flow. After all, I doubt that you have cars to take your children to our home," Keith offered. "That would be great," Ernie exclaimed. "Dad, can I go?" "I have no problem with that, Ernie. It would probably educational," Ebenezer agreed, knowing Keith from school and that he was a good guy. Even if he had to admit being surprised that he was the one raising Harry Potter. Hannah also got permission and Justin and Susan, who had come over to introduce their friends to their families, also got invited. With 5 children it would certainly be an eventful afternoon, especially as only Justin and Harry knew what a movie was about. Once they had exited the car in the garage of number 14 Privet Drive, Keith helped Harry carry his things up to his room. He had taken all of his things with him, as he didn't want to leave them at Hogwarts when he was going to be away for 2 weeks. While he trusted that none of the other Hufflepuffs that were staying over the break would take anything, he simply had the habit to look out very carefully for anything he possessed. It was a leftover from the time where Dudley had always stolen his things and destroyed them. Neither Keith nor Jessica ever mentioned it. They knew that growing up the way Harry did for 5 years and then basically living between 2 places to stay left marks on the soul of a child. Harry didn't have many problems caused by the Dursleys, so his little quirks were simply taken silently. Harry's healer, who also had studied psychology on the side, which was rare among healers in the wizarding world, had also subtly talked with him about several things. Thankfully Keith had stepped in as early as he did. Beyond neglect and showing dislike for him, the adult Dursleys hadn't really done anything. A few too many chores, but that wasn't something Harry had trouble dealing with. He had less chores at his new home as well, so he never really associated chores with abuse. And even Petunia hadn't gone way too far in what she had Harry do. After all, the neighbors could have called her out on it. Not that they didn't do it once the effects of the notice me not charm had taken hold and the neglect of Harry became public knowledge. Most housewives had distanced themselves from her, not believing a word anymore about her previous stories about Harry being a troublemaker. They rather believed their own eyes and the words of a respected teacher, who had taken it upon himself to care for the neglected boy. Or the kind old Mrs. Figg, who regularly babysat a number of young children in the neighborhood when the parents needed to get a few things done, which were easier without their children tagging along. Once Harry was back on the ground floor, Jessica came up from the basement, with a cake under a cover in her hands. "Harry, you're already here. Welcome home," Jessica greeted happily and placed the cake on a sideboard before hugging Harry to her as well as her large stomach allowed it. "Hi, Jessica, I'm really happy to be home again," Harry exclaimed. "Your stomach has really got big. And you still have to wait for 2 more months." "Yes," Jessica chuckled, "babies sadly need 9 months to grow. I'm going to be really glad once this little one is born. It's starting to be exhausting to carry the additional weight around." "Then you shouldn't work too much and rest," Harry insisted. "Oh, don't worry, Harry, I take regular breaks over the day and my healer assured me that everything was perfectly all right with me and the baby," Jessica assured the worried-looking boy. "Really?" Harry asked to make sure. "Yes, really. Now, what do you think about setting the table in the lounge so that we can sit down there and have tea and cake?" Jessica suggested and Harry nodded enthusiastically, going into the kitchen to get the plates, cups, and cutlery and take them to the lounge. Keith keyed Jessica in greeting. "And, how was it at the station?" Jessica wanted to know. "Busy. I talked a bit with Ebenezer and Valerie Abbott before the train pulled in and I invited some of Harry's friends over for a movie afternoon. Ernie and Hannah had never heard about a movie and once Susan and Justin came over, they wanted in as well. I just have to check with Arabella when they could use her flow to come over, as except for Justin's parents they don't have cars to come here and would be lost with the public traffic from London to Little Whinging," Keith said. "That's a wonderful idea. I bet you that they will be baffled seeing a Disney movie or one of the Asterix movies." "That would probably be the best choice for the beginning," Jessica agreed. "I had the same idea. Harry, by the way, was really happy about our tickets for Hook tomorrow evening," Keith informed her. "I can imagine. He loves the story of Peter Pan," Jessica smiled. "We should get some popcorn for the day, as well as crisps and soft drinks. I still remember how hilarious it was when I had my dorm mates over at my home for the first time for a sleepover. When Rhiannon tried cola for the first time, the look on her face is something I'll never forget." "I can imagine," Keith chuckled. "Come on," Harry shouted from the lounge, "the tea is getting cold." "Well, we can't have cold tea," Keith commented, and he and Jessica went to join their quasi-son for some tales of Hogwarts and what had happened at home while he was away that they hadn't written about in a letter already. Minerva McGonagall and Pomona Sprout sat in the office of the head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. With them was Brianna Nasfit, who regularly dealt with cases of child abuse and neglect, as rare as they were in the wizarding world at the moment. Mostly she had to rescue squib children that their parents tried to harm for shaming the family name. So she was used to working in the Muggle world, as she had long ago decided that getting those poor children settled into the Muggle world properly was much kinder than leaving them with the abusive families. Both teachers had described the case of Harry Potter and why they needed it to be kept secret from the higher-ups. "Yes, I can see where you come from," Amelia nodded. "I certainly can see how certain people, Lucius Malfoy at the front of them, would try to manipulate this in their favor. And the boy wants the 2 Muggleborns he lives with most of the time to become his parents." "Absolutely. He was very guarded with how much he revealed to me at the beginning. You know that I send each family some information about how to contact me in case they needed to talk to their children or arrange visits, or simply for the Muggle parents, how to even get letters to Hogwarts at the beginning of each new year. For Harry, I couldn't get any reaction to the letter and it confused me. Once I had sent him to Poppy for the checkup that I have all those for which I don't have medical records sent to me in response to the letters go through. He admitted that he mostly didn't live with his maternal aunt and uncle anymore, because they never liked him and he had been living with a former teacher now. He was also very angry about the fact that people from the wizarding world would interfere when they tried to get the Muggle police to investigate the misdeeds of the Dursleys, which led to them keeping a low profile to not have anybody making Harry's life in Surrey worse again. Harry told both Minerva and me how he had wanted to be adopted by the couple for years and how it wasn't possible because people thought that they had any right to meddle in his life, just because he happens to be famous. He also wants to really be the big brother of his quasi-parents' soon-to-be-born child, which would again require the adoption. Had it just been up to the Muggles, the adoption would have gone through years ago, but somebody seemingly had placed a charm that alerts said person if anybody tried taking Harry away from the Dursleys. Thanks to his teacher, who decided that in the situation they found themselves in, he was hidden from his relatives under a notice me not charm since he was 6 years old. His room was as well. That supposedly improved his situation a lot. When he was 8 years old, a squib that Albus placed in the neighborhood to keep an eye on Harry, and who by the way complained about the neglect shown by the Dursleys towards Harry repeatedly, contacted the teacher and gave him some important information and helped cover up that Harry basically moved out of his relative's house, Pomona summarized. Alright, that's really not a good situation. And I certainly don't want that Lucius gets his hooks into Harry Potter. Well, we would need to have a meeting with Harry and his caretakers to see for ourselves what kind of relationship they have, Brianna commented, on the side of the law, as his chosen caretakers, who are his closest living relatives, have failed to adequately care for him. Getting them removed from that position, for which we could use pensive memories from both the adults and Harry himself as proof, will be easy. The problem would be that normally we would then look for the closest magical relatives or declared godparents. I have no idea who Harry's godparents are, to be honest, Pomona said. He never could give me a name there. I know, Minerva spoke up tensely. Harry's godmother is Alice Longbottom, who of course isn't in any position to take up the role of guardian, and I would rather not place him under Augusta. I have trouble enough to undo the damage done to Neville, thanks to her and the Longbottom family's overly high expectations for the boy. His godfather is Sirius Black. Damn, that's harsh. But it explains why Albus got away with putting him with Lily's sister, Amelia commented. Well, there aren't any Potters left besides Harry, so that would only leave the Blacks, thanks to James's relation to them in form of his mother Doria. Everybody knew why that was a really bad idea. Not to mention that Harry didn't want to go anywhere but his current family. The good news are that as long as nobody notices anything for 6 months, we won't have to go through all the trouble that will undoubtedly come up when the news break. Anybody that wants to state a claim only has 6 months after the DMLE chooses a guardian for an orphaned magical child. And my office is notoriously bad staffed. I only have one old witch for a colleague, who normally spends the day with touring the old families to let them keep in mind that we're watching constantly. Prevention is much more efficient than healing. She even got the Longbottoms to stop their attempts to force the magic out of Neville after she heard about it. And I'm glad to take care of the other work we have, Brianna informed the group, which means that as long as I file the adoption papers personally in one of my office's archives, nobody has a chance to find out early on. If ever that is, as normally nobody bothers to go down to the archive. Though we should set an ironclad case of disqualifying the godparents to not leave any open flanks. We don't want to have anybody attack on a loophole. Well, getting a healer's report from St. Mungo's on Frank and Alice's condition will be easy, as I normally get one every year for our OR files. While they don't get a salary anymore, they get a small pension for ORs that were injured while being part of our department. I think that's a main part of how the Longbottoms can afford the constant stay at St. Mungo's for them. And as far as Sirius Black is concerned, we would only need to get the trial transcript for the file to automatically terminate any custody rights that he might have had in the past, Amelia commented. The others nodded, agreeing to the actions that would be taken. Amelia Bones didn't like the file in front of her. She didn't like it one bit. She had thought that by simply making a copy of the trial transcript of Sirius Black, she could terminate his custodial rights towards Harry Potter once and for all. The problem was that this file was far too thin. For one thing, it lacked basic investigative protocols, like a report on the priori incantatem being performed on Black's wand when he was arrested. Then there was just one picture taken of the site where Black blew up the street and killed the Muggles and Pettigrew. A short report from the Department of Magical Catastrophes about the condition of the site, a report that the obliviations of the Muggle witnesses had been done after questioning them, and then the order to send Black to Azkaban, signed by Crouch and Bagnold. Nothing more. No trial transcript, which was mandatory for each trial that took place. It would automatically be filed in the respective files once the trial was over. The protocol that the court scribe took would magically multiply as often as needed for each accused that stood trial. There also was a lack of a report of questioning Black. Had she been the one investigating the case, she would have jumped at the chance to pump him full of veritaserum to get names of other Death Eaters. Hell, the man had been declared you-know-who's top spy. Basically his second in command. He would have lots of information that their side could use. No, something was fishy about this, and she would get to the bottom of things. She informed her assistant that she would be taking 2 Aurors for a trip to Azkaban to investigate an upcoming court date to be properly prepared. It was common for her to do that, which was the reason that nobody commented the order. She decided on taking Moody, who was the best she had in the department and who had known Black before his imprisonment, and Shacklebolt, who was one of the more reasonable Aurors under her command. She needed Aurors that wouldn't just hex Black for what he supposedly did. She would see if he truly committed the crimes he was in prison for. At Privet Drive, Harry looked happily at the large Christmas tree that Keith had just brought into the lounge. He had kept it in the garage for the last 2 days to dry, as it had been wet from rain when they chose it. Now it was time to decorate it properly. As the danger of the tree catching on fire was too great with real candles, and fairy lights were a no-go in a Muggle neighborhood, they used electric candles. Keith put 3 chains of the candles into the tree, and then Harry could start with putting red and golden spheres, golden bells, white wooden figures of Christmas images and some straw stars onto the branches. Keith helped with the ones higher up that Harry couldn't reach. They finished with adding golden tinsel on some of the branches and then stepped back to inspect their work. "This looks really great," Jessica commented from her seat in the armchair. "I think so as well," Keith nodded. "I love the tree. Can we now put the plates with cookies and sweets together?" Harry asked eagerly. Jessica and Keith chuckled and nodded at the excited boy. Harry cheered and ran out of the room toward the kitchen where the homemade cookies waited in a metal box and the sweets for the plates were stored in a cupboard. There would also be nuts, apples and oranges put onto the plates. They simply belonged to a proper Christmas after all. While Jessica followed Harry to the kitchen, Keith put some other decorative things around the room. Some garlands over the fireplace, then the socks next to it. A nutcracker onto the table and the nativity set next to the tree. While many people in the wizarding world weren't religious, Keith had grown up in a religious family and still went to church regularly. The whole family would attend the church service on Christmas Eve. Then, on Christmas Day, they would first unwrap the presents under the tree before getting ready to go to Kent, where the whole Brackwood family would celebrate the holiday together. Thankfully it wasn't a long drive, as with Jessica's pregnancy, they didn't want to risk apparition. When Harry and Jessica came back, Harry carrying a large plate with all kinds of Christmas treats, Keith pointed at the table to put the plate down. Harry did just that. "May I have a gingerbread star?" Harry asked hopefully. "All right, but just one. You don't want to spoil your appetite for dinner," Jessica agreed. Harry nodded and happily took one of his favorite treats. He loved gingerbread, and the one Keith made himself was especially good in his opinion. Keith and Jessica indulged in a small treat as well while looking at the beautifully decorated room. Now Christmas could come. Amelia Bones shivered under her robes, which she drew closer around her. Her fox Patronus prowled around her, shielding her from the influence of the Dementors. Azkaban wasn't a place where she wanted to be, but right now she needed answers. She needed to find out what had really happened back in 1981, and if she could get a few more names of Death Eaters, it would be all the better. She had the head warden let her inside after presenting her badge. Moody and Shacklebolt were flanking her, also keeping their patroni active. "Madam Bones, I didn't expect anybody to come here," the head warden commented. "Something has come up that requires us to interrogate one of the prisoners. I just hope he's up to it. 10 years in this place will have left traces," she stated. "After that long, I doubt that whoever you want to interrogate will be able to do more than drool," the head warden commented, shaking his head. "We will see. Take us to the high security wing," Amelia demanded. The head warden nodded, and after 10 minutes they were in front of the cells that held the worst prisoners inside of Azkaban. Death Eaters that had been caught and sentenced to lifetime imprisonment here. "Which one do you need?" the head warden asked. "Black," Amelia answered, and was pointed towards a cell at the back of the corridor. The group walked forward and looked at the man lying on the cot in the cell. "Black, get up," Moody barked. "That you, Moody?" Black asked from the cell. To the surprise of the others, he was talking coherently. When they held a lantern towards the bars, they could see the man move into a sitting position. "Black, we need information from you," Amelia stated. "Oh, nice to see you too, Amelia," Black replied. "About time that some of you come here. What do you want to know?" "I don't know if I can answer everything. My memory is a bit spotty thanks to the cloaked guys that turned this place into a freezer." The Aurors looked at each other. One look around told them that this kind of behavior was very unusual. All the other prisoners were little more than insanely crying husks. "We want to know what happened back in 1981. And why there is no trial transcript in your file," Shacklebolt started. "Hard to have a transcript of a trial that never took place," Black scoffed, confirming one of Amelia's fears. "And I would like some veritaserum to make sure you actually believe my story and not dismiss it like all the wardens did that I tried to tell over the years." "How many have it been by now anyway?" 10 years, Shacklebolt answered. 10 years, I missed so much of Harry's life then. Did you know that I was meant to raise him by James and Lily's will? But no, Hagrid had orders from Dumbledore. Please tell me, is he all right?" Black asked. "He's now attending Hogwarts. He's in Hufflepuff together with my niece, Susan," Amelia told him. "That's good. I would have liked Gryffindor better, but Hufflepuff is a good house," Black nodded. "So what about that truth serum?" Amelia nodded to Moody, who took a small bottle out of his pocket while Shacklebolt set up an auto-dicta-quill. They opened the door and held Black at one point before administering the potion. What followed was something none of them had ever expected to happen. The interview revealed that Black was actually innocent of any crimes except for being an unregistered animagus, which could be neglected, as it only held a fine for it, as long as you didn't commit crimes in that form. Pettigrew was the one to kill the Muggles and betray the Potters. Black had been the decoy, but because he was eaten up by guilt for suggesting the switch, he had been chucked into Azkaban without a trial by Crouch and Bagnold. This was a right mess. Once the truth serum stopped working, the three Aurors looked at each other. "We need to get him out of here. We don't have a case against him at all," Shacklebolt stated, "and, without a trial, he was never actually convicted, which means the time we could have held any suspect under the law is far overstepped. Normally you can only hold a prisoner for 3 months until you have to put him on trial." "I know, Shacklebolt," Amelia growled, not really angry at the man, but the mess that her predecessor had created, "but we need to do this the right way. Otherwise the public will lash out against him. I need to place a notice with all media outlets to present the results of our questioning. And we need to sideline the idiot Fudge. He would mess this up out of fear of losing his precious top spot." "You actually let that idiot become minister?" Black asked, surprised. "Lack of other candidates will do that," Moody grunted. "Boss, I think the best way would be to put Black under house arrest and let him be seen to buy a healer in secret. That will give you time to prepare everything to go ahead without trouble. In the meantime Black will be able to get treated for the long-term Dementor exposure. We can't allow that he's in the state he's in right now anymore," Shacklebolt commented. "Yes, you're right. All right, cuff him for now and let's take him out of here," Amelia ordered, and the group did just that. They were soon on the way out, and the head warden was ordered by Amelia to keep the removal of Black a secret. He agreed. After all, this was his direct superior. Harry lay in his bed, thinking about the movie he and his family had watched. Hook had been a great movie. While it was a bit different to the Disney movie of Peter Pan, it was a great story and the actors had been really good. There also were the sights that he knew from the original movie, like the Mermaid Lagoon or the tree where the Lost Boys lived. He was eager to tell his friends about the movie when they would come for a visit after Christmas. And he was even more excited to have them over and watch movies on the VCR. He hadn't decided yet which movie he wanted to watch with them, but there were a lot of them that would be a hit with his classmates that had never seen a movie before. Perhaps he should choose one that had magic in it, that would make it easier for them to understand some things. But not one where the magical one was the villain. That wouldn't be good. He wanted them to like movies, not dislike them because they showed magicals in a bad light. At least there needed to be some good magicals in there. Which meant that, if he wanted to see a movie that wasn't too girly, he should rule out Snow White, as there was only the Bad Witch, or Sleeping Beauty. Perhaps they could watch Sword in the Stone. That one was about the time of Merlin and would be a great start. Or perhaps Fantasia. He would have to discuss it with Keith and Jessica. He looked at the calendar at the wall. Only 2 days until Christmas. He only had one big Christmas wish. To really belong to Keith and Jessica's family as their son. As usual, he sent his prayer to the stars, pleading that his wish would finally come true. Then he turned his light on the bedside table off and pulled the covers over himself and closed his eyes. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve and Harry was looking forward to going to church and seeing some of his old friends from Little Whinging again. Sirius Black listened to the report of the healer that Amelia had called in to examine him. He still had trouble believing that finally he was out of Azkaban and the DMLE head at least knew that he was innocent. Amelia had promised to get his case cleared up without him having to appear in front of the Wizengamot. That would be good, as he wasn't really in any condition to get through a long trial. It was ironic how much time his hot-headedness had cost him. 10 long years. He was malnourished from the time at prison, he had to deal with some parasites in his body, he would suffer from phantom shivers for some time and his muscles and bones had deteriorated. He was truly grateful that his animagus form had protected him as well as it had done. Without being able to turn into Padfoot he would have lost his mind in that place. Knowing that he was innocent also played a large role in the results. He couldn't wait to be allowed to see Harry. He wondered with which family he had grown up. Perhaps the Weasleys. They had been strong supporters of Dumbledore, but then again, they already had 6 or 7 children. He wasn't really sure about the number anymore, when he had been arrested. Another child would have been too much of a burden for them. Frank and Alice were out, as Bellatrix had boasted to have driven them to insanity when she had been brought into the high-security wing of Azkaban. He would have to ask Amelia when she was back. It seemed she knew more about Harry, thanks to him being in the same house as her niece. It was strange to think that Harry was in Hufflepuff, but as he had said, it was a good house and he honestly liked that house better than Slytherin or Ravenclaw. Hufflepuffs were normally great friends with each other and he wanted Harry to have such friends. Not like the rat. He knew that Amelia had given out word to search for the little bastard, but realistically, how would you find a rat among millions in the country, if Peter hadn't already fled to another country and was far away? He frowned hearing how many potions he would have to take over the next months. He wasn't looking forward to that part. Potions tasted really nasty normally. But to get back onto his feet, he would have to endure it. Finally the healer was done and left the first doses of the potions for him. Then he left and Amelia took a seat next to his bed. "All right, we need to discuss a few things about what will happen after we got your name cleared again, Black," Amelia said. "I see. Can you tell me more about Harry?" Sirius asked. "I want to finally keep the promise I made to James and Lily." "Who did he grow up with?" "That situation is complicated and actually was the trigger that let us find out about the missing trial transcript. We started to investigate from there. Harry lives with a family that he wants to be adopted into." "I better start from the beginning to let you understand what has happened," Amelia said and told Sirius all she knew about the situation. He wasn't happy to hear who had been chosen to raise Harry, but he was very grateful that Keith Brackwood had stepped in and looked out for Harry. And that Arabella had worked around Dumbledore's instructions to ensure that Harry had a happy childhood, or as happy as she could make it. It stung a little that Harry had people that he considered like parents, but honestly, it was for the best for him. He would have loved to become the father figure of Harry, but with his prison time, it wasn't that unbelievable that others had taken the position that should have been his. He only wanted to at least have part in his godson's life. You see, currently we need to find a way to get things done without Dumbledore or Fudge meddling in things. With Alice Longbottom being incapable of performing her duty as godmother and you having been in prison, we thought we could tie things up quickly. We need to find a way with which everybody can live and which is to the best of the boy. He really wants this, according to what Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey told us. Amelia summed it up. I see. I don't really remember Keith Brackwood from our time at Hogwarts, but if Harry really wants him and his wife to adopt him, I won't stand in their way, as long as I get visitation rights. I want to have part in my best friend's son's life. I also doubt that I could be a good guardian right away. Getting over Azkaban will take time and that wouldn't be good for a child to constantly be around, Sirius told her. I'm sure that we can arrange for something as soon as the healers clear you for this. Amelia nodded, this being a much better reaction than she had hoped for. So, what did Harry get up to at Hogwarts? Sirius asked, and Amelia started telling him about the things that had so far taken place at the school. Sirius wasn't really happy about a lot of things, but loved hearing how Harry was bringing the houses together over playing football. Harry was excited. Today his friends would come over for the movie afternoon. They had decided to start the introduction of the wizard-raised ones with The Sword in the Stone, simply because they knew a bit about the story and the ones involved. It was a good display of what a movie was like and it didn't paint magicals in a generally bad light. His Christmas had been a great one. He had enjoyed seeing Keith's relatives in Kent and had got to play with many of the children. The Brackwoods were a fairly large family and there were 2 children Harry's age and 5 others all around that age, the oldest one being 14 years old. He had loved getting presents from everybody and how his presents were received by them. And as family was allowed to know about magic, he could tell his, hopefully soon real, cousins that he went to Hogwarts and how the first term there had been. Keith's parents had told their siblings about Keith's powers and his siblings of course knew as well. Which was the reason that there wasn't anyone that wasn't in the know. They all took it in stride, saying that it was just like being able to sing or play an instrument with great talent. The food had been delicious as always, which was a matter of pride of his grandma, which she insisted he called her. He really loved being this included in the family, even if so far they hadn't managed the official adoption. Harry had set up the lounge where the telly and the VCR were located for the visit of his friends. The Christmas tree still stood in one corner, as it would only be taken out of the room after New Year's. He had got 2 bags with crisps and a bowl with popcorn ready for them to snack on, and there were many bottles with soft drinks for them to choose from. They could either sit on the couches and armchairs or on the floor, where a thick carpet prevented that it would be too cold. Keith had made sure that the VCR and telly were in perfect working condition in the morning, as Harry was a bit nervous about something going wrong, and now the others could come. At 2 in the afternoon the doorbell rang and Harry was quickly at the door to greet the first ones to arrive. It were Susan and Hannah, who were escorted by Hannah's mother. "Hi, Susan and Hannah, come in. It's great that you could come," Harry greeted them happily. "Hi, Harry, we're happy to be here," Hannah said. "Yes, we're really excited how this movie thing will be," Susan nodded along. Keith appeared from the kitchen to talk to Hannah's mother and the children went to the lounge. Harry had to explain popcorn and crisps to the 2 girls, but they quickly liked them, once they had tried them. Harry went to the door 2 more times until everybody was there. Justin, Ernie, Susan and Hannah decided that it would be nicer to sit on the floor for the movie and the 5 had the bowls with snacks between them. Harry had simply told the ones that didn't know Muggle soft drinks to try a bit of each to see which ones they liked best. Justin and Harry found it funny how they reacted to sparkling drinks. They hadn't seen anything like that in the wizarding world so far, but the reactions of their friends were really entertaining. Finally Harry got the movie started and 3 astonished faces didn't take their eyes from the screen for the full length of the movie. While Harry and Justin liked the movie just as much, they had seen movies before and therefore didn't have the whole experience of never having seen one added on top of the story. "Wow, I didn't know Muggles could do something like that," Ernie finally said once the credits ran over the screen at the end of the movie. It was incredible, Susan agreed. How does that work? Well, this is what is called a cartoon. It means that there are many drawings that are put together to show motion. My dad once took my family to America where we visited Disney World. It's a theme park where you can meet all the characters from the Disney movies and where they have rides fitting the themes of famous movies. Of course they are played by muggles that wear a disguise. There was a presentation how a cartoon was created. The illustrator draws many similar pictures that vary in tiny details. 12 to 24 of those drawings make up 1 second of the movie. It depends on how fast things move in the scene. Those pictures are put one after the other, and thanks to the quick succession of the pictures, you think that the drawings really move, Justin explained. Wow, so many pictures. And the movie lasted over 1 hour. That means you have to do thousands of pictures just for one cartoon. And there are many of them. Hannah asked in awe. Yes, Disney is a very big brand in child movies in the Muggle world. You could compare it with Nimbus in broom manufactory. Everybody that knows about the movies itself knows Disney, like anybody that knows a bit about brooms knows Nimbus is a good company to buy them from. There have been 30 evening-filling movies so far from Disney Studios. Just this year the 30th has been published, Beauty and the Beast, Harry answered. Can we watch that as well? Susan asked. It isn't available on videotape yet. It always takes some time before the movies are available for sale. The movies are first shown for some months at the cinema before they are prepared for worldwide sale in the respective languages. You always need a large number of copies, as the demand is very large, Justin explained. I think Sword in the Stone was somewhere in the 60s. It's one of the older works. Harry looked at the cover. Yes, it's been made in 1963, the 18th in the series, Harry confirmed. Wow, I never expected that. When did Disney start making these movies? Susan wanted to know. Sometime in the 30s. They had ups and downs in the success of the movies, but recently they had some very good ones. I especially liked Peter Pan, Jungle Book and Robin Hood, Harry told them. It led to a discussion about movies before they started the next one, as they still had enough time before the parents of Harry's friends would come to get them back in the evening. After voting, with a result of 3-2, the movie chosen was The Great Mouse Detective, which was one of the newer ones. They had a lot of fun and were very happy to eat self-made pizza that Jessica had prepared while they were busy with the movies. It was also another new experience for the wizard-raised children, as pizza wasn't very well known in the wizarding world, which was a true shame in all of their eyes. The parents returned to get their children back at 9 in the evening, and all children were eager to tell them how great the day had been and what kind of fantastic things Muggle movies were. Heath told Harry, who was clearly tired, that he would clean up the lounge this time and that he should go to bed. Harry thanked him and was quickly asleep in his bed, a big smile on his face when Jessica looked into the room before going to bed with Keith. Minister Fudge wasn't happy about the development in the Sirius Black case. He didn't like that the ministry was shown to have made a severe mistake in the past, and he had half a mind to hush everything up. But this wouldn't do with too many people already knowing about things. Thankfully Amelia Bones, who had found out about the lack of a trial coincidentally during another investigation, had come up with an acceptable solution to the problems to lessen the blow for the ministry. So you want me to keep everything secret for the next 6 to 12 months to not only give your Aurors the opportunity to investigate the location of Pettigrew, but to also let Black heal from the time at Azkaban? Fudge asked. Correct, Minister. We have to face it. A horrible miscarriage of justice has taken place. While we weren't the ones responsible for it, but our predecessors, we will get some of the blame for not finding out earlier. The one way to do damage control is being able to present results in 2 areas. First, helping Mr. Black regain his health, as Azkaban is certainly not helpful in that regard, and second, finding the true culprit and presenting him to the Wizengamot for a trial. It will show that we are doing our jobs properly. We can point out, once we have found Pettigrew, which will be hard, I'll admit, considering that he is a rat animagus, that the ministry has done everything to correct past mistakes. While some might still protest, results always speak the clearest language, Minister. Right now, if we brought this up with the Wizengamot, Sirius Black would appear as a husk of a man. You know what the ones in the high security wing look after a year. The press would lynch us and plaster his pictures all over the front page, declaring a scandal, demanding our heads to roll. Contrary to that, if Sirius Black is seen as already back on his feet, thanks to medical treatment that the ministry arranged as soon as the grave error was found out, it will lessen the blow. And if we can find Pettigrew, which will be easier should we manage to keep things quiet, it would take away any argument our political opponents can bring up. Sure, an innocent man suffered 10 years with the Dementors, but we acted once we found out. We did the right thing. That's easy to use as a counter. The most anybody can demand is that everybody that is accused of a crime that involves the accusation of severe crimes like murder, beep and torture, is forced to testify under veritaserum in a trial that has to take place and which is controlled by an office independent of the minister's office and the DMLE. That wouldn't hurt us at all though, Amelia pointed out. I can see where you're going with that. Yes, no innocent person would have to fear such a trial, Fudge nodded along, and except for a little bad press when the news break, we would already have dealt with anything that could come up. But I would really like to hear some more advice from Dumbledore. Minister, this isn't anything Professor Dumbledore needs to concern himself with. He's busy enough with that report that was put together by the students at Hogwarts. This is a ministry affair. While Professor Dumbledore is very knowledgeable and has a lot of experience, we don't need him for this. What we need him for is being impartial once this is presented to the Wizengamot. And our own laws have already cleared Black of all charges by default, as we only had the right to hold him in custody for 3 months after his arrest until a trial had to be set up. What we need to do is achieving results that we can present in our favor, Amelia insisted. I have to agree with Amelia on this, Cornelius, they heard the simpering voice of the minister's senior undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. We can truly do this without outside help. After all, we have some good Aurors that can find the traitor Pettigrew. And we should also consider that Mr. Black is the rightful head of an ancient and noble house, no matter his disagreement with his late parents. It should never happen that somebody like him isn't even given a trial. The other important houses will revolt, should this not be handled the right way. Amelia didn't like the woman, but in this case, she played into her hands. Both the minister and his attack toad didn't know that the time period that Amelia had asked for to wait with the revealing of the truth about Black had mainly one reason. The passing of the objection period for the adoption of Harry Potter by Keith and Jessica Brackwood. Black had agreed to sign the documents after meeting his godson and his chosen family. Once that was done, the 6 months would start to count. Dumbledore might keep a closer eye on anything concerning Harry Potter if Sirius Black was known to be free again. And that couldn't be allowed before the 6 months were over. And Fudge would be distracted otherwise, fearing what the wrong presentation of the problem could mean for his career as minister. Keith, Jessica and Harry arrived at the fireplace of St. Mungo's to meet Madame Bones. They had arranged to come and visit Sirius Black, who was currently treated in secret by healers that were under the command of the DMLE. Thanks to there often being cases where the treatment of the Aurors couldn't become a matter of public knowledge, even if the healers' oaths kept what could be leaked down, the DMLE had long since created an arrangement with St. Mungo's that there would be one division of healers that belonged to the DMLE's staff, instead of St. Mungo's, even if they would work with patients of St. Mungo's if there wasn't the need for all of them on DMLE business. It was a good deal for both sides. Mungo's got a few healers for free in emergency cases that were specialized in countering poisons, dark curses and battle-related injuries, and the DMLE had a secure floor where they had the equipment of St. Mungo's available, where they could keep their injured personnel, witnesses or criminals that first needed to be patched up to be put on trial. Harry immediately recognized the woman from pictures that Susan had shown around in the Hufflepuff common room and directed the group towards her. Mr. and Mrs. Brackwood and Mr. Potter, I presume? Amelia asked. Yes, ma'am, Harry replied. I heard a lot of nice things about you from my niece, Susan, Harry. It's nice to meet you in person, Amelia greeted him. Nice to meet you too, Madam Bones, Harry replied politely. Mr. and Mrs. Brackwood, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry. Shall we go to see the patient? Amelia asked. knowing that standing in the reception area for too long would attract attention that they didn't need. Of course, please lead the way, Madam, Keith said, and the group followed her to the elevator, where Madam Bones pressed her DMLE badge against a metal plate, which flashed green shortly before the elevator took off. The floor we are going to go to is warded off against anybody that isn't authorized to be there, mostly the leading personnel of the DMLE. The only exception is the head of the Department of Mysteries, who also has authorization to enter. The minister, for example, needs to ask for a pass to get in. He doesn't have an automatic pass. That's to make sure that DMLE investigations aren't messed up by overzealous politicians, Madam Bones explained. I see, it's actually a wise precaution, Jessica commented. It at least decreases the danger of a leading politician trying to get rid of somebody that has information that could harm him. It was a real problem in the past, which was why this arrangement has been set up. In fact, no person has been keyed into the wards surrounding the area. Only a low number of badges can lift the wards for the elevator to get through. And those badges are under high security storage that only somebody that has been briefed on all security measures can undo to get one, Amelia explained. Wow, that's impressive. So, how is Mr. Black doing? Jessica asked. Better than we had ever hoped. He thankfully retained his sanity, which he claims is only thanks to his secret animagus form of a dog and knowing that he was innocent. Not a happy thought, which meant that the Dementors couldn't take it away. The main problems he has are physical in nature. Even if the Dementors caused a lot of damage to his mind, no doubt about that, she sighed. And he has agreed to our request? Keith asked. Yes, as long as he gets visitation rights once he's healed, Amelia confirmed. That won't be a problem, Keith said, relieved, giving Jessica a significant look to which she nodded. What are you talking about? Harry asked, not having been told the reason of the visit before. Keith knelt to be at eye level with Harry. Harry, we are going to meet Sirius Black, as I told you at home. The man was your father's best friend and was made your godfather. We have, after the DMLE found out that he was innocent, contacted him about our wish to adopt you. As your godfather, he is the only one with legal rights to your custody. He has agreed to sign the paperwork that transfers your custody from him to us, as long as he's allowed to regularly visit you, once he's healed from the problems he has from being incarcerated at Azkaban, Keith explained. Really? Harry asked hopefully. I will really, finally become your and Jessica's son. Yes, Keith nodded and Harry cheered, throwing himself into Keith's arms. That was the best news ever for him. Keith hugged him back, grateful that he would finally be able to call Harry his son. Something he had wanted to do for years now. When they reached the DMLE floor, Harry was eager to go and see his godfather, who was willing to make his fondest wish come true. And getting an uncle that cared about it from the deal was even better than he could hope for. Soon they were in front of room 605. For normal visitors' street, Mungo's had only 5 floors, with the 6th one being hidden from the public for security reasons. Amelia showed her badge to the guards at the door and they let the group enter after confiscating their wands, except for Madam Bones. The man sitting upright in the bed, even if his upper body was propped against a number of pillows and the raised head part of the bed, really looked as if he was very sick. He had short black hair, his skin was an unhealthy gray and clung to his skull and his eyes tended to dart around the room. But they lit up when he spotted the visitors. Sirius, your visitors for today are here, Amelia announced. These are Keith and Jessica Brackwood and Harry Potter. Thank you for allowing them to come, Amelia, Sirius replied gratefully. No problem. If you need something, just call for one of the Aurors. I have some more paperwork to deal with. I'll be back in half an hour. The healers haven't given permission for longer visits yet, she told the small family. We will keep that in mind, Madam Bones, thank you, Jessica assured her. Then she left and the group took seats on the chairs that were close to the bed. At first there was an awkward silence, as none of them knew how to start. Then Harry decided to break the ice. Are you feeling better, Mr. Black? Madam Bones said the Dementors were really bad for your health, Harry asked. Just call me Sirius, Harry. There is no need for formality. And that offer means everybody. I'm not big on formalities. And yes, I'm getting better, but it will take some time until I'm back on my feet. And the potions taste horrible, Sirius replied. I know. I had to take them after my house, I'm in Hufflepuff, was attacked by that troll on Halloween. I don't remember everything, as I got a concussion from being thrown against a wall, but I remember the potions in the hospital wing only too well, he shuddered. Did they find out how the troll could get into the school yet? Sirius asked, mostly addressing Keith and Jessica. So far, no, they haven't found out. But security has been improved to prevent a repeat. It should never have been possible. The students were lucky that that got away like they did and none of them was fully hit with the club on the head. That could have killed them, Keith grit out. I never thought that something like that could happen at Hogwarts. I mean, during the war it was the only safe place, except for the forest, but all students know that danger. But let's talk about nicer things. How about you tell me about your first term at Hogwarts, Harry, and about your childhood? Sirius asked. Harry nodded and started telling how he liked it being a Hufflepuff, his friends, the movie day that they had a few days ago, the football matches on the weekends during which there wasn't any Quidditch, then how he had met Keith as his homeroom teacher and some vacations they had been on. Keith and Jessica added a few things here and there, but mostly let Harry talk. 5 minutes before the visiting time was up, Sirius turned to the two adults. I can't say how grateful I am that you took Harry under your wing and treated him like family. I can see how he really wants to stay with you. I'll sign the necessary paperwork for you to officially adopt him, but I have some conditions, Sirius said, making Harry look very hopeful at him. Which ones, Sirius? Keith asked. First is that I get to regularly visit him. I want to have a part in his life and I already missed too much of it, thanks to my hot-headedness. I could have prevented that. Peter even had the chance to blame me, had I just thought things through first. But in my grief I just charged in. I doubt that right now I could even be a proper parental figure, but being the nice uncle is something that I can imagine of doing well, Sirius stated. That's no problem at all. You can come over to our home whenever you want, just give us a call ahead of time. We would after all need to arrange with Arabella that you can use her flow, Keith nodded. I can also drive a motorbike and know how to blend into the Muggle world. Lily made sure we all could, Sirius replied. The next part is that I would like to teach Harry what it actually means to be a member of an ancient and noble house, like the Potters. Uncle Charles had a lot of political clout and it will have remained in some way, even if he has been dead for 12 years now. Harry will be expected to step into the position once he comes of age at 17. He needs to be ready to not be ripped apart by the vultures that some of the more traditional Wizengamot members are. I think that would be wise and I have no problem with allowing that, as long as Harry still has enough free time, Jessica agreed. I would limit the lessons to 3 hours a week at most. Most of the stuff is a bit boring, but there are some essential things he needs to know, Sirius agreed. Anything else? Keith asked. So far the conditions were easy to grant. I have made Harry my heir when he was a baby until the day I have children of my own. Thanks to my younger brother dying as a Death Eater, my family was really dark, which was why I ran away when I was 16. I needed to find a way to not let the Black Fortune fall into the wrong hands. My godson offered the perfect opportunity, as even pureblood inheritance laws can't deny a godchild the inheritance that the godparent has decided it gets, no matter if there are other blood relatives that protest. I would like for him to learn how to responsibly manage large amounts of money if something happens to me. I don't know yet if I will be able to have children anymore. Long-term Dementor exposure isn't really good in that regard. And I made a lot of enemies in the war, not to mention that my dratted cousin Narcissa hoped to secure the Black Lordship for her son, once I died at Azkaban, Sirius revealed. I have already started Harry on that aspect, as my own family is rich as well. But having somebody teach him about how things are done on the wizarding side can only be an advantage, Keith said. Sirius smiled. The main concern he had was actually just the visitation rights. The other things were simply something he wanted to have arranged to not forget about them later on. Then Madame Bones entered the room again, a number of papers in her hands. And, did you get everything discussed? She asked. Yes, I agree with passing on custody of my godson to the Brackwoods so that they may adopt him. We have agreed on the conditions I want to have met and they are in favor of doing so, Sirius confirmed. Very good. Then we can get the paperwork done and I can hand them to Brianna, the witch in charge of the Child Services office. She's already on board and will personally file the custody change without alerting anybody. I also got Minister Fudge to agree to not publicizing that we found you innocent, Sirius, for at least 6 months. By then this will be ironclad and nobody can try to stop it, Amelia explained. That's great, thank you, Keith replied. Yes, thank you. I'm really happy that it finally happens, Harry exclaimed happily. Sirius smiled and signed the papers in all the right places, then Keith and Jessica had to sign several times and then Harry added his signature onto the papers. They flashed white once, signaling that all signatures were valid, and then duplicated themselves to give everybody a copy. Great. Now I fear that we will have to end the visit, or your healer will be cross with me, Sirius, Amelia apologized. I know, only half an hour on end. If you can manage, come again, please. I would like to get to know you better, Sirius offered them all. We will see when we have time. We will come as often as possible, Sirius, even if Harry is back at Hogwarts, Keith promised. Sirius nodded gratefully, as staying at the hospital was dreadfully dull, and the group left, after Harry had given Sirius a careful hug, thanking him again for finally letting his greatest wish come true. Just hearing the sincerity in his godson's voice told Sirius that he had made the right decision. Albus Dumbledore had finally finished reading the report that he had got just before the students had gone home for the Christmas break. He hadn't liked what he read at all. This was way worse than he had initially feared. This painted Hogwarts, and his tenure as headmaster, in a very bad light. Not only was Severus painted as an unrepentant bully of anyone not in Slytherin, especially Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, but his way of teaching a class was also very much lacking. Just putting the recipes on the board and letting the students work wasn't teaching, it was passing time for him, which he then used to bully the ones he didn't like. Minerva was shown as too stressed out to actually do her job as head of Gryffindor House and how many things that a head of house should actually do, like hold house meetings once a month, organizing study groups, arranging tutoring for weaker students and so on, were mostly left in the hands of the prefects, which were in over their heads and didn't have the authority to really make sure that things worked out. No prefect could enforce study sessions, only a teacher could. And for the lower years it was actually a necessary thing. They needed to learn what teachers expected an essay to look like, how to find the right books in the library, where study rooms were located and so on. All little, but very important things for educational success. Phileas was shown as a nice teacher, but many students wished that he would go through the necessary spells with more practical lessons involved. While he made sure that everybody understood the spells they covered in class, a good part of the spells in the textbook weren't covered, as he didn't go on when 3/4 of the class had managed to spell. While it helped the weaker students to not fall behind, the better ones weren't challenged enough. This repeated for all teachers currently employed. The worst judgment was given to Severus, Cuthbert and Quirinius. Their classes were seen as really bad, be it because of not understanding the teacher at all, bullying the students, or putting the students to sleep with his monotonous voice. The students demanded that things were changed, or they would refuse to attend those classes and turn to self-study and have their parents cut the tuition they paid. Which Hogwarts really didn't need. Their budget was low enough already. He would have to have talks with the other teachers and Severus couldn't continue like he did. This was the most important part. Bad teachers, he could argue, needed time to become better or competent replacements to be found for. A bullying teacher couldn't be justified anymore. No matter how important it was to keep Severus' potential as a spy against Voldemort in the future, once he managed to come back. After the troll incident, he didn't have any wiggle room with the Ministry anymore. And here he had had such high hope for this year, when Harry Potter finally returned to the wizarding world. Harry had been visiting Sirius at St. Mungo's twice more before it had been time to return to Hogwarts. Officially his name was Harry Potter Brackwood now, even if there wouldn't be many people knowing this before the 6 months were over. He knew too well that there would be great amounts of protest. After all, Keith and Jessica were Muggleborns, should the information come out. But he really wanted to tell everybody. He knew he couldn't before the start of the next school year. When the lists were written anew, his new double surname would be noticed. But by then he would be safe and nobody could take his parents away again. It was one of his greatest fears, losing his parents, now that he had finally got them. But his happiness surpassed his fears by far. When he rode back to school on the Hogwarts Express, his conversations with his friends centered around what they had done over the break, except for the movie afternoon at his home, what they hoped would follow from the report and some discussions about the Quidditch season. It was good to meet everybody again. When they got back to the Great Hall, they found seats at the Hufflepuff table and waited for the headmaster to start the feast. They all were quite hungry from the trip and nobody had stayed at Hogwarts this break, therefore they didn't have any greetings in that way that took up their time. Finally the headmaster stood. "Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had great holidays with your families. I have a number of announcements to make, but they can wait until after the feast." In that spirit, tuck in, Dumbledore announced, and the food appeared on the tables and the students served themselves. "What do you think he will say?" Justin asked between two bites. "Probably something to do with the report," Susan said. "Would make sense. It was pretty intense and they need to take action," Hannah agreed. They continued to eat, speculated what changes needed to be done, and then, finally the dessert was taken away and all eyes rested on the head table. "From your looks I guess you are curious what I have to say. Let's start with one major change. Thanks to the report that you all put together, we teachers have had several long discussions on how to take your complaints and wishes into consideration. The first change that will be implemented effective immediately is that Professor McGonagall is retiring as head of Gryffindor. She will remain deputy headmistress and transfiguration teacher, but to ease her workload, Professor Babbling, our ancient runes teacher, is going to take over her duties as head of house," Dumbledore said. The woman, who seemed to be in her 40s with chin-long brown hair, wearing blue teaching robes, stood from her seat and waved to the students, smiling. The students politely applauded. The Gryffindors seemed split. Some greeted the fact that they would have a proper head of house again, others didn't know how to take the information. Still, it was definitely the right step to take, as Gryffindor House didn't have too much in terms of support from their overworked head of house. The next change is that we have managed to gain secondary teachers for the classes Potions, Charms and Transfiguration so far. They will be taking over the first and second year classes, while Professors Snape, Flitwick and McGonagall will teach those in years 3 and upwards. The new teachers will concentrate on teaching the basics of each subject to ensure that everybody has a thorough understanding of them, which will be expected once you start the more difficult parts of the curriculum in 3rd year. I am pleased to introduce Madam Evelyn Sparks for Potions, Mr. Leo Knottix for Charms and Mr. Averd Rosier for Transfiguration. Each of them have at least journeyman status in their subjects and are very capable in teaching the way to understand the subject. More applause and the teachers stood from their seats to show the students who they were. More would be found out during classes. In regards of the security concerns that were voiced, the sad events of Halloween are of course in all of our minds. The wards over the castle have been changed over the Christmas break. We teachers have brainstormed and identified all kinds of threats that could be faced at Hogwarts. Therefore there is a new set of rules, which we have published on your common rooms information boards. Please read them thoroughly. Your heads of houses are going to meet with you all next Saturday morning to discuss them. This caused whispers and some frowns from older students. We are still working on finding a replacement teacher for Professor Binns, and the teachers that have been asked to improve their ways of teaching are also working on that, but I ask you to be patient in that area, as improvement simply needs time. I have hoped to have a new history teacher for the next school year, Dumbledore told them, and the students mostly nodded. They could understand that some things took time, but at least a few changes had already been done. They would accept that for now and wait how things ended. They would continue to collect reports about their classes to either continue to point out flaws, but also to note improvements. They didn't hate their teachers after all, except for some that did hate Snape, and they wanted to have a good education. Now I think that everything that needs to immediately be told has been told. Your heads of house have more important information for Saturday, so make sure to attend your house meetings then. Now I think it's time to go to bed. Dumbledore ended his announcements and the students stood, the noise level suddenly rising a good deal, and went towards their common rooms. None watched how Dumbledore watched and observed the reactions to his announcements. He hadn't been happy about being forced to change things, but he first and foremost knew that he needed to stay at Hogwarts. He needed to be here for the time when Voldemort returned. And if he had to change some things to achieve that, he would do so. While it didn't fit into his plans, he was nothing but adaptable when it counted. He could sit out some unpleasantness. He had done it often enough in his life after all. The new teachers for the first and second years were merely a distraction and a way to calm down the biggest problems. The assistant teachers for Charms and Transfiguration were merely a disguise to hide that he had been forced to act to prevent that he had to fire Severus Snape. The man wouldn't be capable to suddenly treat Harry Potter neutrally. It would take more time and a lot more conversations with the man. No, avoiding a confrontation right now was the only way to go. It also bought him more time to properly plan. Severus had agreed to tone down his behavior against the older years, which already knew more about how to brew a potion than the younger years did. If he now also managed to explain more things, it would probably be enough to argue that he was working on it and that it would be a great loss for Hogwarts to let a potions master of his abilities go. There simply weren't many potions masters that agreed to teach instead of working on research and developing potions for large companies, which also paid better than Hogwarts could. While the teachers here earned very well, it wasn't what the top jobs in the business could offer the best ones. Only time would tell what would happen. At least he had one time. That was the first importance. Professor Sprout sat in one of the armchairs inside the Hufflepuff common room. The students had, after she had asked the prefects that morning to arrange the common room accordingly, changed the setup to look like several half-circles in front of her armchair, so that each student could see and hear her properly. Welcome to our first house meeting in the new year. I hope that you all had great holidays. Sprout started and there were smiles and nods all over the group. That's great. Well, the reason I called this meeting, as you all know, is that there have been a number of new rules implemented that are meant to deal with security concerns and several complaints from the report that you handed over before the Christmas break. We teachers have read the report thoroughly and discussed how we could manage to meet most of your wishes. Some things are easier to achieve, others, like the headmaster told you after the welcoming feast, need a bit more time. One thing that we quickly found a solution for was the detection of attacks inside the castle. She held up a necklace with a black leather string from which a silver pendant in form of a badger hang. This is an emergency necklace, which has the house mascot as its pendant. Professor Babbling, the ancient runes professor, has carved a series of runes into each of the pendants. They have three basic functions. First, they have a tracking charm on them, so that the teachers can easily find any student that activates them, which is done by simply saying, "Emergency Badger." Well, for the Hufflepuff necklaces that is. For the other houses it is, "Emergency Lion, Eagle or Snake," depending of the house. I hope you understand that you aren't to simply activate them for a prank. They are meant to increase the ability of the teachers to quickly find students that need help, be it that you are injured or that you are attacked. If a necklace is activated, the portraits and ghosts around will immediately come to see what is going on while the teachers will send out somebody to directly help. It could also happen that, if no teacher is close by, one of the Hogwarts house elves will come to see if they can help. The second function of the necklaces is that they will produce an automatic shield charm, which will hold up against all kinds of normal spells that school children would know, even the ones the 7th years learn. We have taken notice that you feel that a number of students think that it is okay to hex others in the corridors, especially around the times of Quidditch matches, and these shield charms will prevent injuries. They don't need to be specially activated, they are a constant feature. The last feature is a portkey, which will transport you to the Hogwarts Hospital wing in 3 situations. The first one is that you are unconscious. Then it will automatically be triggered. The second one is that you activate it on your own, by saying, "Transport Badger." The last one is by pushing your magic into it, if you can't speak, but need help. In the last case the tracking charm also immediately activates by the way. The students nodded, understanding the instructions. I don't have to say that abuse of the portkeys will result in point loss and detention. But after the troll incident, we decided that we needed a way to quickly get our students out of harm's way. Had you just had those portkeys, there would have been a lot less injuries and none as severe as the ones of Messrs. Potter and Robards and Miss Tonks. I want that you wear these necklaces at all times. Simply put them under your robes if you don't want them to be seen. Even if we went with designs that we thought would be acceptable for our students. Would they also work from outside the castle, like say, from Hogsmeade? One of the 7th years asked. Yes, they work from any place in England. We wanted to be sure that all incidences, even the improbable event of one of you being kidnapped during a Hogsmeade weekend, were covered. Sprout nodded. Can they be taken off by others? Susan asked, as her aunt had told her a few stories about the war. Partly. The only ones that can take them off besides yourself are the headmaster of Hogwarts and the Hogwarts healer. Professor Flitwick also personally charmed them to not come off if you were put under potions or compulsion charms of any kind. We don't hope that it actually comes to that, but rather be safe than sorry, Professor Sprout commented. The students nodded. I will hand the necklaces out at the end of our meeting. The next part is that there will be head counts at the end of each day, performed by the prefects, to assure that all students are back at their common rooms at the end of the day when curfew starts. There have been wards placed on each common room to prevent that any student can leave after that time without the head of house being informed. As we of course know that it can happen that you need to see Madame Pomfrey suddenly during the night, there is now a two-way mirror installed next to the exit of the common room. You only call Hospital Wing, and the mirror will connect to one that Madame Pomfrey always keeps close to her and you can call her, Professor Sprout informed them. Well, the only thing different to before is that there are now wards to alert the heads of houses if somebody leaves after curfew, Cedric Diggory commented, otherwise we already had that done before. Correct. The same holds true for Slytherin House. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor didn't have the head counts, but will start them from now on. The prefects are to check that each student is really there and they will get lists with all of the names for each week. It is meant to help you check the names in the beginning when you might not know all of them yet. Especially learning the names of the new first years each year will take some time. I'm still discussing another method with Professors Babbling and Vector, but we haven't finished it yet. The idea is to set up a plaque, which you tap with your wands and it will automatically register you as present. That way the prefects would only need to check those that didn't check in when it's time to do head count, she told them. That would be really helpful, but we will also manage with the other way until it is ready, Chris O'Neill, the 5th-year prefect, commented. To make things fair, each prefect will get one evening to do the head count and we will hold a weekly meeting on Saturday an hour before curfew, which is mandatory, and I will do the check myself. The prefects nodded. Having that duty one evening a week really wasn't a bother. The next point that will be implemented over the summer break, but which will also be monitored from now on, is a strict no bullying policy. That includes harmful spells against other students, physical violence, name-calling meant to hurt a person, spreading lies and rumors about a person, threatening them and stealing their possessions. It should be something that is obvious, but sadly there were reports of people taking things without asking, breaking them, and verbal and other assaults far beyond simple teasing. Over the summer break, warding specialists will set up or reactivate wards of the school that suppress any kind of dark magic and alert the headmaster and heads of houses if a harmful spell is used somewhere inside the school. The new wards will immediately stun the perpetrator and portkey him or her into a holding cell in the dungeons of the school. After that, the perpetrator will be questioned about the situation, and if it wasn't an accident, punishments according to the severity of the spell will be taken. Ranging from detention for hexing a student with boils, to expulsion for breaking a bone. We won't take this lightly anymore, and the reaction will be automatic from the wards. A list of spells that are considered harmful will be laid out in all common rooms to warn the students of not using them against each other. The only times they might be used is in class settings when they are taught, for example in defense against the dark arts classes. Healing classes might also use them, Sprout explained. How would healing classes use harmful spells? A third year wondered. To learn how to heal things like that, you need to work on the symptoms. There are training dummies that show the results of those spells that Madame Pomfrey uses to teach the ones that want to learn basic healing. Though that option is just for the Newt level students. She doesn't take any younger than 16 into her healing course. Therefore, to practice how to heal a bone, you would use the bone-breaking hex on the skeleton dummy to learn it. Ah, thank you for the explanation, the same third year as before said. Welcome, she replied. She wouldn't tell the students that there had been very loud discussions about exactly this point among the teachers. Some didn't want this kind of ward to be set up, others insisted on it, as the teachers were hardly plentiful enough to quickly get to any place to get the culprit. The ward would react to the really bad spells in that manner. Some, like Professor Snape, considered it coddling of the students, but honestly, if his students weren't the ones most likely to be involved in things like this, he wouldn't react as badly. Not that certain other students were angels. Simple rules of no magic in the corridors wasn't sufficient, and they had to protect the students first and foremost. The wards were a simple solution to the most prevalent part of bullying. And while the headmaster hadn't been in favor, the majority vote, combined with the instruction of the ministry to actually do something about this major complaint in the report, had forced the old man's hand. He might state that the students were responsible enough to not act against each other, but Madame Pomfrey had a long list of treatment reports for students being sent to her for fighting in the corridors, especially when the Gryffindor versus Slytherin Quidditch matches came up. She had been all for the wards. The next point concerns the wish that was voiced about learning more about the traditions and culture of the wizarding world. While there won't be a real class on that, as the problem wasn't considered bad enough to employ a teacher just for that, there will be a mandatory club that will teach all those coming into our world from the Muggle world what they need to know. The club will be open to all students, but mandatory for the Muggleborns and Muggle-raised. It will take place during the first term of the school year on Friday afternoons. The timetables will show the respective times. It will be mentioned that the student in question has successfully participated in the club, like it is done with all clubs, including the Quidditch teams, Sprout continued. The Quidditch players and members of clubs nodded. They had noticed that bit on their previous report cards. Well, at least something gets done. Will the older Muggleborns also have to go? A girl from 4th year asked. For the first and second years, yes, they will get the classes scheduled, as they don't have a higher course load yet. The older students will fall under the voluntary category. And normally most of the older students will by that point in time have got a lot of the information that will be taught from friends. The ones that really need the information are those coming into our world without much information, no matter how well the first visits before starting Hogwarts went, Sprout answered. Will there be something the other way round for wizard-raised students on the Muggles? Harry asked. No, that's what the Muggle Studies classes are for. The curriculum will be reworked to incorporate the newest inventions there, but it wasn't seen as something that needed to be done, as a class for those that want to know more about the Muggle world already existed. I don't think that it's enough, Professor, Cedric commented. If you want to have a normal timetable when you take your electives, you can at most take 3 classes. COMC is a very popular choice, and the ones that you can use most in advanced professions are ancient runes and arithmancy. Therefore the Muggle Studies classes are often brushed aside. There should at least be a counter club with mandatory sessions for the first years to give them basic information on how the Muggles live. They develop very fast, and the most important law in our world is the Statute of Secrecy. How will it be kept up if the majority of the students don't know how to behave among Muggles? I know, but a majority considered the existing class sufficient. It isn't seen as a priority, she repeated. Some Hufflepuffs exchanged looks, which promised that they would think more about that topic later on. One thing that might make you happy, your football meetings have been acknowledged as an official club of the school. Professor Flitwick has also enlarged 2 unused classrooms to be used as fields to play on during the winter months, when you can't play on the meadows next to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid has agreed to be the official sponsor of that club, she told them, and some cheered. Where are the rooms? Ernie asked. On the ground floor. You turn right when you enter the castle through the main doors and follow that corridor to the end. There are 6 doors. The 2 to the left lead into the changing rooms, 1 for boys and 1 for girls. There are also some locker rooms with lockers for your clothes. From there you can get into a corridor that leads to different places for physical activity. We thought it a good idea to implement that suggestion from your report immediately, as it was fairly easy to get done. There are 2 gyms that can be used for all kinds of sports, from playing football to doing gymnastics. Professor Burbage has given us information on what kind of things Muggles have in their gyms for schools, and we simply transfigured what we needed and put everlasting runes on them. As it didn't cost the school anything, it was easy to do. An indoor swimming pool is currently being worked on. It can be directly accessed from the doors on the right and the corridor from the locker rooms. We expect that it should be ready by the Easter break, as there were some spells that turned funny from a long time of not maintaining the pool, and experts first have to make sure that the pool is safe to use. The doors straight forward lead to obstacle courses. One for broom flyers and one for normal athletes. The one for broom flyers was actually created by Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff, as a result of a bet with the male founders. The Gryffindor and Slytherin were sure that witches wouldn't be able to create a proper obstacle course for something that was considered a male occupation. The other two proved them very wrong and started the movement to equalize the genders in the wizarding world. It was revolutionary back in that time. Wow, I have to try that one out, Cedric said with a grin, and many others that loved to fly nodded along. Just make sure to inform Madam Hooch. She's in charge of the rooms for all kinds of sports, Sprout told them, smiling. Sure thing. I mean, an obstacle course that helped bring equality of genders forward 1,000 years back. That thing has to be awesome. Many nodded along and some chuckled at the eagerness of the flying addicts to get it tried out. Heath and Jessica sat at breakfast when Hedwig arrived with a new letter. Hey, girl, Heath greeted her and gave her an owl treat, which Hedwig happily ate. Seems to have written a lot this time, Heath said after holding the letter in his hand for a second. It's heavier than before. Come on, open it already, Jessica urged him. Heath broke the wax seal and unfolded the pages inside. Harry disliked using parchment for his letters and kept using paper, which he had refilled over the Christmas break. He also had a fountain pen to write easier than the old-fashioned quills that were commonly used in the wizarding world. Heath started reading the letter out loud. Dear Mum and Dad, I love finally being able to write that. Things at Hogwarts after the report was given to the teachers are changing. In some areas it goes faster than others. The best part is that I don't have potions with Snape for the rest of my first and second year anymore. Professor Dumbledore introduced 3 new teachers that take over the first 2 years of Transfiguration, charms and potions each. While it's a shame to lose classes with Professor Flitwick, I'm truly relieved to not have to deal with Snape and his unfairness for the next time anymore. I will have to see if he turns a new leaf before I relax fully. Madam Sparks is the new teacher for potions, Mr. Noddix teaches charms, and Mr. Rosier Transfiguration. All are journeymen in their subject. So far we had Mr. Noddix and he's okay. His style of teaching is different from Professor Flitwick, but not in a bad way. He has let us perform all the spells we covered up until the Christmas break and has given those that didn't manage to do them all, the ones they failed to do, as homework on top of the normal one of reading up on the next 2 charms in our book. An unlocking charm for common locking charms and a charm to highlight an object that you're looking for. Among my housemates there were only 2 that had trouble with one spell, but we helped them practice them in the practice room we use. I'll have the other 2 classes on Monday. Our timetables were changed to also integrate the new Wizard Customs Club that is mandatory for all first and second years. It's meant to last half a year. Normally it will be done from the beginning of the year until the Christmas break, but, as it just started, it will go until the summer break this time around. It's meant to teach those coming from the Muggle world things about how the wizarding world works. A class for Muggle customs isn't taught, as the ones in charge decided that an overhaul over the existing Muggle Studies elective was more than enough. I think that fails to realize that Muggle Studies isn't mandatory and most wizard-raised students pass it up for more interesting or, in their eyes, useful classes. Some of the older students have talked about doing a club themselves, simply as the homework aspect of the classes makes it unrealistic to take it on top of the classes you would normally choose. And honestly, too few jobs in the wizarding world request Muggle studies. The teachers have also set up 2 gyms for anybody that wants to do sports, be it our football club, yes, we are an official club now, or just staying in shape. The pool will be ready for the Easter break. That will be nice as well. I love being able to swim next to other sports. By the way, there is a permission form that you need to sign for me being allowed to go swimming without supervision in the envelope as well. Professor Sprout said that they were getting things organized before the pool is done to be able to let the students start as soon as it is ready. They also set up a number of new rules and gave each student a necklace with a pendant in shape of our house mascots. They have runes for shield charms on them and are emergency portkeys to the Hogwarts hospital wing. I think that's a good idea. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws are a bit miffed about for them, new checks of presence before curfew. For us Hufflepuffs it isn't new, therefore we don't mind. Only the wards to inform Professor Sprout if one of us leaves the common room after curfew are new. But that isn't a bad thing, and we got a two-way mirror at the entrance that can contact Madame Pomfrey if somebody needs medical help. I'm curious in how far the teaching of the teachers will change. But for 3 of our core classes we need to ask the older students. Oh yeah, Professor McGonagall isn't the head of Gryffindor anymore, as she simply had too little time to actually do the job and she accepted that. Professor Babbling, the ancient runes teacher, is now the head of Gryffindor. They are looking for a new history teacher, but it is something that needs a bit more time. So, for now, we still have to do self-study in that class. Well, the changes made are at least a step into the right direction. I have heard some people complain loudly about the changes made. Among them of course the Slytherin pest Malfoy. Well, the new anti-bullying policy has to be a thorn in his side. And with the portraits and ghosts now keeping a closer eye on things, he can't get away with as much as before anymore. I hope it helps in getting him to leave me alone finally. As there is still a thick layer of snow all over the grounds, we convinced Mr. Knottix to make some hills from the snow, and Mr. Rosier turned boards in slides for us, and we had a great day, sliding down the hills. The house elves were nice enough to provide us with hot chocolate and some leftover Christmas biscuits. They were really good. For tomorrow Mr. Knottix has promised to strengthen the ice on the Black Lake so that we can go ice skating. I'm really looking forward to it. It seems that, as the 3 new teachers have a lot more free time than the older ones, they have decided to keep the students more entertained. I certainly like that. Madam Sparks has asked what kind of sports we had been doing before and has offered to be co-sponsor for a general sports club that includes magical and muggle kinds of sports, next to Hagrid, who is the sponsor for the football club. Madam Sparks is a half-blood as far as we heard, and her father is a muggle, who teaches PE at a secondary school, therefore she knows a lot about what students in the muggle world do in those classes, and she can get us the kind of equipment that we don't have so far and which wouldn't be as good if it was transfigured from something else. Like balls and bats for things like tennis or badminton. It will be fun to have more kinds of sports that you can do, even if football is already great. I hope you are well, Mum, and that my baby brother or sister doesn't keep you up at night. I can't wait to be a big brother. Love you both lots, Harry. Well, there's certainly a lot happening at Hogwarts. I wonder how unhappy Dumbledore was about certain changes, Jessica commented. Probably very unhappy, but he had it a long time coming. He could have acted way earlier and prevented that things got out of control that much. I wonder how much detention will be handed out before certain students understand that their carte blanche to misbehave has just been voided, Keith replied. As their parents weren't any better and taught their bad habits to their children, I wouldn't be surprised if it took months if not years to drive that point home. It all depends on how the punishments will be set. They have to fit the misdeed after all, Jessica said. True. Well, I'm sure Harry will write about that in his next letters, Keith stated. Yes, he will. I'm just glad that it isn't long until the baby will be born anymore. It is giving me an aching back, Jessica told Keith. Well, then I better take care of some of that. Why don't you go up and lie down and I'll come after I have cleaned up to give you a nice back rub? Keith suggested. That sounds wonderful, Keith, Jessica agreed happily. She went to their bedroom and soon had her husband take care of making her as comfortable as possible. Birth. January passed and the changes were taken in well by the students. There was still a number of things that had to be changed, but aggressions between students were on a lesser level now. Of course some idiots had tried to find out how well the no-bullying policy was enforced and they were actually surprised. 2 sixth-year Slytherins had hexed the 3 Chaser girls from the Gryffindor team, just because they felt like it. While there weren't any wards against that yet, as the specialists needed to have free reign over the summer for that, one of the ghosts had seen them and immediately reported to Professor McGonagall. To say she was angry was an understatement. The two had been given 3 weeks of detention and lost 20 points each, as hexing other students was a bigger misbehavior. And, contrary to before, the detention wasn't as soft an option as before. It seemed that next to basically taking care of the younger years, the 3 new teachers also had come together to think up harder detentions. The 2 sixth years were made to wear magic-suppressing braces, simply to prevent that they cheated in their tasks, got their wands confiscated until their full detention time was over with, meaning they also had to work on any spells taught in class and which were set for homework under observation of a teacher, and then had to clean the thestral and hippogriff stables manually. No magic, just muscle power. They got pitchforks and wheelbarrows, but nothing else. And the stables hadn't been cleaned properly for about 4 months. Normally the gamekeeper took care of the stables, but as Hagrid wasn't allowed to use magic, he simply waited for about 6 months before he took 2 days to clear the stables properly while having all the thestrals and hippogriffs out of them. The 2 that now had to do the job needed full 6 days, as they still had all their classes to attend and homework to get done. And they would only get to do other jobs once the stables were done. Unnecessary to mention, after that example, many others thought better of testing the new rules. Cleaning with filch was already a nasty exercise, but having your magic suppressed and your wands confiscated and on top doing something that degrading, at least in the minds of many spoiled pureblood children, wasn't worth it. Not to mention that chopping wood for the castle had followed the clearing of the stables. Again manually. Malfoy and company might bitch about the injustice and rant about their parents hearing about it, but it didn't help. The teachers had full authority in the way they set up the detentions. And at a castle as big as Hogwarts, with large grounds, there was always a type of dirty, strenuous, manual work to be found to teach idiots a lesson. The only way anybody could complain would be if the students were placed in danger, but the only thing that got damaged by the detention was their pride. Nothing worth being worried about in most teachers' opinion. The headmaster and Snape differed, but Snape mostly did because it were his students that had been caught out first. Where they had before managed to get away with their behavior, now the net was much tighter and the ones that could appear everywhere were much more on guard than before. The gyms were taken in well by the students. Many could be found playing a game or two there in their free time. With the grounds being covered by a thick layer of snow, they were happy to have a place where they could exercise without freezing to death. A lot of them were also looking forward to the time when the pool would be ready for use. The students still wrote reports on their classes, simply to make sure that they could document changes in behavior of the teachers and to ensure that they were taken serious and prove that they were just interested in improving their school, not just getting back at bad teachers. They had 1 or 2 people writing reports on lessons and then had the other members of the class sign them. Even a lot of Slytherins were involved now, as they wanted to make sure that their head of house wasn't treated unfairly. But the simple neutral coverage of classes made it hard to protest. Heath lay in his bed, deep asleep, when suddenly he felt something shake him awake. "Huh?" he asked eloquently. "Heath, we need to go," he heard his wife's voice urge him. "Go? Where?" he asked, not fully awake yet. "The hospital. My water broke," Jessica urged. Heath shot up after 2 seconds processing the information. "The baby comes?" he asked, understanding. She nodded and it was clear that some contractions were going through her body. "All right, I'll get your bag and put some clothes on. You should also put on something warm." Heath took charge, having discussed what needed to be done with the midwife a number of times. He had memorized exactly who needed to be called and informed before they went to the hospital. "I'll call the midwife, the hospital and my parents. They will then call all the others. Or I'll call from the hospital," Heath told her. Jessica nodded and got out of bed towards the wardrobe. She had set aside an outfit that would be easy to put on when the time came a few weeks ago. And the midwife had instructed her well on how to behave. The most important part was getting to the hospital. There the experts would take care of her and the birth preparations. The bag held all kinds of things she would need for about a week at the hospital. Probably she would be back at home in a few days, but you never knew and it was better to be overly prepared. She was dressed when Keith came back with her bag in his hand, looking at her with a mix of concern and excitement. And some panic. But well, he was becoming a father for the first time in this way. Taking in Harry didn't count. Harry was already 6 years old when he met him and had only later grown to become a son to him. This time he would have to go through the whole birth procedure. And despite medicine advancing, he was nervous. She was too, if she was honest. Okay. Mrs. Rogers is informed and will await us at the hospital, and the hospital calls in the doctor that is on call. Keith told her, I got Mum on the phone and she's calling all the ones that wanted to be there when it happens. I guess Harry will be disappointed that he couldn't be there, but well, I'll get him to come and visit as soon as possible. It's better that he only comes after everything is over. Yes, he would be horribly nervous, if he knew, Jessica agreed. Keith helped Jessica down the stairs and into the car. Once she was on the front seat, with as much space for her legs and stomach as possible, he took the driver's seat and drove the car from the garage. The hospital was just 15 minutes away by car, and at this time, it was just 4:30 in the morning, there wouldn't be any traffic. He would just have to call at school to inform them that he wouldn't come this week. He had informed the principal already, and it was already agreed upon that once the baby came, he would take a few days off to be with his wife and baby. Everybody at school understood that. The worst part about a birth, Keith decided, was the time you had to wait and couldn't do anything. The sheer nervousness that everything would go right. He could only sit next to Jessica, hold her hand and tell her meaningless things. Countless hours, by his perception, went by until the actual heated part of the birth started. The contractions came in shorter intervals and Jessica clearly was in pain and had to work hard to bring their baby into the world. His hand didn't feel fully right either, but he didn't complain. She was clearly the one that felt worse pain. When he heard the doctor say that she could see the head, he was excited. Now it wouldn't take long until his child was there. He waited with bated breath until he saw the midwife lifting a small baby body, which soon started to cry. He thought he had never heard anything as wonderful as that sound. A healthy little girl. Keith and Jessica, the midwife, Mrs. Rogers, told him, smiling, while wrapping the baby into a soft blanket, before showing her to her happy parents. A girl, he brought out happily. Jessica smiled, exhausted, but she wasn't finished yet. There was still the placenta, which would come out soon. I'll get her cleaned up a little and perform the first examination. I'll soon be back, Mrs. Rogers told him kindly. He could only nod and stroke his wife's wet hair gently. We have a baby girl, Jess, he told her softly, I'm so happy. Me too. Our little Vanessa, she replied, also smiling happily, but tired. Yes, Keith confirmed. They had decided to name a girl Vanessa Jessica Brackwood. They hadn't wanted to know the baby's gender before it was born. They wanted it to be a surprise. When the midwife came back, this time the baby was clad in a pink baby grow. She placed the little girl into her mother's arms. Both Keith and Jessica couldn't look at anything but their little daughter. Congratulations, Keith and Jessica. Which name did you decide on? Mrs. Rogers asked. Her name is Vanessa Jessica Brackwood, Keith told her. That's a beautiful name. I'll prepare the birth certificate accordingly. Vanessa Brackwood, born 21st of February, at 12:43 p.m., she listed. Wow, it's already lunchtime. Keith asked, surprised. Yes, labor took about 8 hours. Not too uncommon, Mrs. Rogers informed him. It seemed that their baby girl also decided that at lunchtime she wanted something to eat, and therefore, before she got to rest a butt, Jessica B. East fed her newborn daughter for the first time in her life, looking incredibly happy. Harry wondered why he was called into Professor Sprout's office after dinner on Friday. He didn't think that he had done anything, and his homework was also always done on time. He knocked at her office door and was called inside. When he looked inside, he found his dad standing there, which quickly brought a smile to his face. Dad, he exclaimed happily. Hey, Harry, Keith greeted and hugged him after he had been tackled by the happy boy. You look tired. Didn't you sleep well? Harry asked, concerned. I didn't get much sleep last night, Keith nodded, but nothing is wrong, everything is wonderful. I have come to take you back home so that you can visit your mum and little sister tomorrow morning, first thing. Sister, the baby is there? Harry asked excitedly. Keith nodded and pulled 2 pictures out of his pocket, handing them to Harry. Professor Sprout also curiously looked at the 2 pictures, Muggle ones in this case, happy for one of her former and one of her current students. Wow, she's so small, Harry commented, not being able to take his eyes from his new sister, who, in one picture, lay sleeping in the arms of Jessica and in the other, was covered by a white blanket in one of the baby beds that hospitals kept. She's actually quite big for a newborn. Mrs. Rogers told us that she was 51 centimeters and 3,210 grams after her birth, Keith informed Harry. Can't we go visit them now? Harry pleaded. Sorry, Harry, but your mum is currently asleep, as the labor took about 8 hours. I came as soon as I could, as our family was there to congratulate after I finally got out of the delivery room. But we will go tomorrow morning. Right at 8:30 when visiting hours start, Keith promised. But I want to see them right now, Harry replied, disappointed. Don't worry, Harry, it won't take long until you can go. I will excuse you for the rest of the weekend, so that you can spend it with your family, Professor Sprout spoke up, and congratulations, this is a wonderful event. Thank you, Professor, Keith replied smiling, I'll have Harry back on Monday morning. Will you leave by Flo? She asked. That would probably be best. We can use the Flo at Mrs. Figg's, Keith nodded. He had also come by that Flo, after calling his former head of house if it was okay to come through. Thankfully the heads of houses could let parents come over for visits that way. All other fireplaces at the school only had the speaking function activated. It wouldn't do after all, if the students could travel around unsupervised from their common rooms. And those fireplaces were password protected. Though in emergency situations, they could work for traveling. Do I need to get anything from my dorm, Dad? Harry asked, loving every second he could call Keith his dad. I don't think so, Harry. You have a good number of your clothes still at home, so you're good on that part and we have anything else that might be needed as well, Keith answered. Okay, but I want to go to the flower shop to buy some flowers before we go visit tomorrow then, Harry insisted. Good idea. Our two girls should have some pretty flowers, Keith agreed. Harry nodded and then Keith led him over to the fireplace. Until Monday, Professor Sprout, Harry bid his head of house farewell. Until Monday, Harry, give Jessica my best wishes, she replied. Will do, Harry nodded and then threw a pinch of Flo powder into the flames, Cat's lair. He stepped into the flames and disappeared. Keith just rolled his eyes at the name. Seemingly, as an additional measure of security, the name of the fireplace had been set up different from the address. Probably not a bad idea with how Mrs. Figg was a squib. But it was a ridiculous name. He repeated his son's actions and traveled to the woman's home. Once there, he found Harry being cleaned up from another trip. And the less a fireplace was used, the dirtier you got when you traveled from or to it. But it was mostly ash and that could be corrected with a brush easily. Ah, back I see. Did Dumbledore find out anything? Arabella asked. Not that I know of, Arabella. Professor Sprout knows that we don't want him to even suspect anything before the 6 months are over with, Keith answered. He didn't mention anything, so the official documents can't have come to his attention so far, Harry piped up. That's good. I guess you will be going to the hospital in the morning then? Arabella asked. Yes, and I have to get a really beautiful flower bouquet for Mum and Vanessa, Harry nodded. That's a great idea, Arabella nodded. I wish I could go now, but Dad says that Mum's asleep from giving birth, Harry told her. It's true, giving birth to a child is very strenuous for a woman and she needs to sleep after that. Don't worry, she will be a lot happier and more awake if you go tomorrow. Just be a little patient, Arabella told him kindly. Okay, Harry relented. How about we go out for pizza after we visited them? I don't think it would be too good of an idea if I tried cooking, Keith suggested. No, that wouldn't be a good idea, Harry agreed cheekily, only to have his hair ruffled. Cheeky brat, Keith teased. Oi, my hair looks bad enough without messing it up, Harry mock protested. Keith just grinned. Well, Arabella, we are off, Keith said. I wish you a nice evening. Remember to bring more pictures over of little Vanessa soon, she told him. Will do. I actually plan to set up a large photo album for her first months, Keith admitted. I even got a new camera. That's great, then I can at least see how she grew from the photos. It beeps that I'm stuck at Hogwarts all the time. I'm going to miss so much, Harry complained. You will at least have the school breaks to be there. And it has the advantage that you get to sleep through the nights while she's this small and will need to be fed every few hours, Keith told him. I wouldn't mind that, Harry insisted. You say that now, Keith replied and then led them both home. The next morning Harry was already up at 5, as he simply was too excited to finally get to see his new little sister. He knew that they would only go to see her in a few hours, so he busied himself with first taking a shower and dressing and then making breakfast for the two of them. He could after all cook really well, as Jessica had shown him how to do it, even if she normally kept an eye on him. When Keith came into the kitchen at 6:30, he found breakfast already done with Harry being about to wake him up. Good morning, Harry, Keith greeted him. Good morning, Dad, I made breakfast, Harry replied. That's really nice of you, Keith replied. I simply was up very early and couldn't sleep anymore, Harry explained. It's okay, I can understand you. I want to see them again as well, Keith told him and took his seat. Harry's cooking was really good, even if there was slightly too much salt in the eggs. None of them minded too much. They were still edible. They put the dish into the dishwasher and then prepared to leave. Harry put on his warm jacket and gloves, with Keith handing him a scarf and hat as well. He didn't want that Harry caught a cold and they currently had temperatures of -2 centigrade. Keith thankfully didn't have to free the windows of the car of ice, as it had been inside the garage. Others in the street that had parked their cars outside, or didn't have a garage, had to free their windows before they could go to work. The first stop they made was the flower shop. Keith asked for a large bouquet of pink and violet flowers. Those were Jessica's favorite colors. Harry was allowed to carry the flowers to the car and made very sure that nothing happened to them during the ride to the hospital. When they entered, Keith went to the reception to ask if Jessica was still in the same room. Good morning, we are here to see my wife and newborn daughter, Jessica and Vanessa Brackwood, Keith said. One moment please, sir, the receptionist replied and looked into her books. Yes, she was moved to room 206 this morning. It's part of the baby ward. Thank you very much, Keith replied. Harry, we need to go to the second floor. Okay, Dad, Harry nodded and they went to the elevators. They found the room easily and arrived just when Jessica was holding Vanessa against her shoulder to burp her after feeding, under the watchful eyes of Mrs. Rogers. Good morning, love, Keith greeted happily. Good morning, Mum, Harry greeted and his eyes locked onto the tiny baby on his mum's shoulder. Good morning you too. Those flowers look beautiful, Jessica greeted them happily. We got them especially for you, as they are your favorite colors, Harry stated proudly. That's wonderful, Harry, Jessica replied and then Vanessa finally let out a small burp and Jessica took her down from her shoulder very carefully and had her lie in her arm. I think I'll put those beautiful flowers into a vase and then return, Mrs. Rogers told them and Harry nodded, handing the midwife the flowers. He went close to the bed and looked at his little sister curiously. She is so tiny, he asked surprised, but she does look less dark in the face than on your photos, Dad. That's because the birth is also exhausting for the baby and the skin takes on a more natural look after a few days, Harry, Keith explained. They hadn't given Harry the talk yet, as he was still too young for knowing everything. But they had explained the basics of how babies were made and how they grew inside the mother's womb for 9 months. Hey, Vanessa, welcome in the world, Harry greeted the baby, who looked at him with large eyes. Keith and Jessica smiled at the scene. I should have brought something for her as well, Harry suddenly said, disappointed for not thinking about it earlier. You can still do that later on. We still have the whole weekend after all, Keith assured him. Do you think she would like a small stuffed animal to cuddle with at night? Harry asked. That is a good idea. While she's too small to really grab things fully yet, she will soon be. And having a stuffed animal that her big brother chose for her will make her happy, Jessica agreed. Just make sure that it is something that doesn't have things that can come loose easily that she could swallow. Babies put anything they can get into their mouths. It's instinctive. I can do that, Harry promised, a lot happier than before. Vanessa then did a cute yawn. Well, Harry thought it was cute, and closed her eyes to go back to sleep. Ah, just let me put her back into her bed, Jessica told the two males and stood from her bed and placed her daughter into the baby bed next to her large one and put the blanket over her body. Is it normal that she's that tired just after having eaten? Harry asked. He knew that burping was done after feeding a baby. He had been told a bit about taking care of a baby to know what would be done once the baby was born. Yes, especially as she's not even a day old. During the first months she will sleep a lot. From what Mrs. Rogers told us when we were in the preparation courses, Vanessa will probably sleep about 15 hours a day until she's older, Jessica explained. That much? Harry asked surprised. Yes, of course she will wake up between her sleeping phases, but mostly because she will be hungry or needs a fresh diaper. When you return home for the summer break, I guess she would be awake for some more hours on end, but before she isn't older than a year, she will mostly sleep, Jessica answered, though most of it will take place during the night. Harry nodded and then softly stroked his sister's cheek, after looking at his parents if it was okay. He was happy to now have a little sister. And he would make really sure that she was always okay. It was a big brother's job after all. When Harry returned to Hogwarts after his weekend at home, he was sad that he didn't have a lot of photos yet. He had 5 photos, simply because the others had to first be developed and no photo studio was open at the weekend. Still, his dad had promised to send the photos with Hedwig as soon as they were ready. Still, Harry could tell his friends a lot of things about his new baby sister and how happy he was to have her now. Pomona Sprout made sure that no word about the event got to the ears of Dumbledore or one of his spies inside the castle. A simple ward around Harry that made anybody that didn't have his best interest at heart hear inconsequential things was all it needed to keep the information from leaking too early on. And children didn't always make sure to look out for who was listening into what they told those that they trusted. She was very happy that her old and new badgers had such a happy occasion to celebrate. None of the teachers that weren't in the know though, noticed anything strange and nobody had realized that Harry had been gone during the weekend. She had told Minerva what was going on and she and Poppy had backed her in telling anybody that wondered that Harry didn't appear in the Great Hall for meals that he had caught a cold and that Pomona had him confined to his room at the Hufflepuff dorms to let him get over it before classes started again on Monday. As it was the weekend, nobody really thought anything about that. Sirius was currently working through the events that had taken place over the decade he had spent at Azkaban. He had been cut off from the world and needed to catch up on what had been happening to no be totally lost, once his case was heard before the Wizengamot and they could present the evidence for his innocence. While he would have preferred to not be stuck at the hospital all the time, he could understand that Amelia needed more time to properly investigate everything and have her Aurors hunt down Pettigrew. Not to mention that he didn't want to mess up the issue with Harry's adoption. He had been visited by Keith Brackwood, Harry's new father, who had brought some Muggle pictures of his newborn daughter Vanessa. She was a really cute little baby and it was clear that her father was incredibly proud. Sirius could understand it. Even if Harry hadn't been his son, he had loved him just as much when he had been a baby. It somewhat hurt that he wouldn't get to raise him, but he was realist enough to know that Harry would have resented him, had he tried to block the adoption. He was a stranger to the boy now and they were only getting to know each other currently. Had things been different, back when Harry's parents were killed, had he kept his mind and not let Hagrid take Harry away, he would have been the father figure for the boy that Keith had become, thanks to being there when Harry needed a parental figure in his life. And Keith and Jessica were good people. They truly loved Harry like their own and that was all he could demand as his godfather. He was grateful for the two for doing all they had done for Harry. And at least he could come and visit when Harry was home from Hogwarts during the breaks and be the cool and fun uncle. And he could show Harry a lot of things about the wizarding world that Keith and Jessica simply couldn't know about, as Muggleborns simply grew up differently, not surrounded by magic. He wouldn't feel too left out. And he could see himself becoming friends with the older couple. To help him catch up, Amelia had left him some copies of old Daily Prophet issues. He was reading through the papers to find out which events had taken place, what laws were passed or rejected, at least those that made the news, which people had been in the eye of the public for certain events and so on. The first copies, those from the early 80s, mostly covered the trials for caught Death Eaters. The information found out how the Death Eaters had manipulated and blackmailed people into helping their cause along, and how some people that he knew were Death Eaters managed to bribe their way out of prison. He was sure that Malfoy was a Death Eater and not Imperius, but sadly there wasn't a way to truly test it, not without Veritaserum, which could only be used if there was proof of them being involved in crimes. The ones that had money and were smart enough to act quickly had managed to use the defense of Imperius, which supposedly had broken shortly after the fall of Voldemort, which got them off. Sure, they lost money for their bribes, which couldn't have been cheap, but they were out, while people like him, who were innocent, never even got a trial. Next to catching up on information, he regularly used the gym that was part of the floor. This was after all also a recovery ward for Aurors that were injured. There were only a few things, like weighted balls to train his muscles and mats to perform exercises on, but they worked in letting him regain some strength. A healer had set up a training schedule for him and he was slowly getting back to normal levels. So far he was working on bettering his physical condition. His magic still needed to recover from the influence of the Dementors to be safely used. The fact that he could escape into his animagus form was actually a blessing in that regard, as he had practiced in using it regularly, which made it safer than with other long-term prisoners. Those that had got regular 10-year sentences normally needed between 6 months to a year to get full control over their magic back, if they were treated by a healer. Otherwise it would take even longer. Sure, you could use magic, but your spells were wonky at first and the results nearly never what you wanted them to be. When Sirius put the edition of the Prophet from August 1984 to the side, he heard steps coming closer to his room's door. There was a knock on the door and he called the one on the other side in. It turned out it was Amelia. "Hi, Amelia, nice to see you," he greeted her. "Hello, Sirius, I heard your recovery is going well," Amelia replied. "So the healers tell me," Sirius nodded. "I can't wait for the day I can get out of here. It's really boring." "True, but we will have to wait for that until you are fully back on your feet and we have a secure house for you to live at first. So far we haven't made much progress in finding clues to where Pettigrew disappeared to. I actually came to milk your mind on ideas where he might have gone," Amelia stated. "Sure, it will be a nice distraction," Sirius agreed happily to get to actually do something useful. "Well, let's start with habits that you haven't included in the basic profile so far. Especially the habits he showed in his animagus form. We can safely assume that he's using his rat form to keep hidden from sight. The question is, would he leave the country, or stay to keep an ear out for news?" Amelia asked. "Good question. Peter wasn't the bravest person, even if he was sorted into Gryffindor. He could be brave in certain circumstances, but he always liked powerful friends that could back him up. Otherwise he stayed in the background. At the beginning, when we were all sorted into Gryffindor in 1971, there wasn't much of that to be seen. It developed over the course of the war. I think one thing that hit him hard was the death of his father, who worked as an Auror. He only had his mother left after that and was very close to her. That's also why none of us thought anything about it when he spent a lot of time taking care of her when she fell ill. Or at least he said he did. When we spent time with Remus on the nights of the full moon, Peter always kept to staying close to Prongs. Now that I think about it, he never came close to Remus when he was transformed. He often joked that he feared that Moony would eat him accidentally and therefore kept his distance. It might be that, once we told him about Remus' condition, after James and I figured it out, he mostly pretended to not mind Remus' condition. After all, James and I were from important and powerful families and he had joined our group, thinking it would be his best chance to be safe at school. Remus was simply added because he was a nice guy and our dorm mate. If I had to say where he might be, I would suspect England. He doesn't speak other languages and was never really good with translation charms, or charms in general. I'm still shocked that he managed to blow that street up like he did. Peter also has no idea about the Muggle world. He couldn't blend in to save his life. Perhaps he could hide in a large city, but the dangers there would kill him quickly. A rat is seen as prey by too many animals and cars or motorbikes would also add to the danger levels. And he wouldn't spend the rest of his life in a sewer, where we would never find him among the other rats. Using one to escape, certainly, but he wouldn't stay there. He also likes being comfortable and lazy. He could never resist dessert while we were at school, and it showed in his pudgy figure, Sirius listed. Amelia made notes on what Sirius told her. They needed all the clues they could get. Well, if not the Muggle world, it has to be somewhere in the Wizarding world then. And in a place where he would feel safe if you were right. Maybe as a pet for some child. They wouldn't look too closely if he didn't act like a typical rat after all, Amelia pondered. That could very well be. If a magical family accepted him as a pet for a while, he could listen into conversations and occasionally snatch a paper, which would allow him to be informed if there were signs of his master returning. We knew from the Order meetings, thanks to a spy Dumbledore managed to get in Voldemort's ranks, that Voldemort boasted with having found a way to be immortal. If that wasn't an empty declaration, Peter could very well wait until Voldemort was the biggest player on the board again. Sirius stated he wouldn't risk his neck needlessly. As much as he is a traitor, I don't really think he joined out of great conviction in the goals. No, I would think it was fear and wanting to be on the winning side. One of the opportunists then. A coward that would work as a spy against the side that wouldn't kill him for it, should he be found out, Amelia nodded. Yeah, the question would be, how to determine which family took him in, if he was successful in attaching himself to a magical family as a pet, Sirius commented. Well, I would rule out the dark families. One of them could know about his animagus form, and if they know he was the traitor, they would rather kill him than hide him, Amelia said. After all, they all have to think that he was the reason their master fell to Harry. Very true. It's why he's hiding at all in first place. If not for him leading Voldemort to the Potters, he wouldn't have lost his power. They will think that he was a double agent, if he can't prove himself to them, Sirius agreed, so the neutral or light families remain. And they can't be rich. No rich family would agree to having a rat as a pet. They don't have a good reputation, and if actually a rat was chosen as a pet, it would be bought from the magical menagerie and not accepted from the wild, where he would have to come from, as the shop assistants wouldn't take him in to be sold as a common pet. Not when he had to be damaged from cutting his finger off like he did. But checking for our suspicions would be the problem. We can't tip him off to anything after all. He would run, Amelia pointed out. True, but perhaps a trick would help. Peter isn't the smartest guy around. We often made him fall for false information. And there actually is a way to find out which families have rats as pets. Firstly, you could ask the magical menagerie which families bought rats from them, telling them that you got an anonymous tip that some criminal has been experimenting with a new kind of spell or potion, testing it on rats, and it went terribly wrong, creating infected rats with a so far unknown sickness that can be spread by rats, without the rats themselves showing the signs. If you make it look like an official investigation, they would fully cooperate with you and give you the names. Peter is easy to spot, as he's a fat gray rat. The ones I remember from the menagerie are mostly differently colored. You can also pass a ban for selling rats for the next 3 weeks, until you have finished finding the infected rats. Also, after checking with the shop, print an article in the Prophet that anybody owning a rat should have it checked for the illness. A routine check with just the spell to determine that the rat is indeed infected. The spell will need to be done silently, of course, and be the animagus revealing spell. That way you can probably ferret his location out, Sirius explained. That could really work. If he is in England, we could find him that way. But only if we are right and he is acting as a pet, Amelia stated. Well, otherwise it wouldn't hurt our plans either, as he wouldn't notice that anything else is going on. He might hear about the checks on rats, but not connect it with us looking for him, especially as he never could determine which spell was used by just looking at it. The ones performing the tests would have to give an oath to never speak about what spell they are using though, as that would be the only opening, Sirius commented. But what if he fears that the checks would reveal his true nature? Amelia asked. Possible, but the probability is fairly small. I think we should send inspectors to all magical households to find out if they have rats as pets. Then the check can be quickly done, preferably the same day that the news hit the Prophet. This way we close the gap between Peter possibly hearing about it and us checking. And we need to have somebody go to Hogwarts as well. Possibly it would work out best if you sent the inspectors there before the morning post is delivered. I doubt that Peter, if he's hiding there, would be with the child that has him as a pet, not if it was a day of classes. You would have the time to identify those with pet rats and ask them to bring them to you in their cages. Sirius described his idea. Yes, he wouldn't have any warning before that. I just hope that he wouldn't lash out and hurt any of the children, she stated. Simple solution, a sleeping spell cast on each rat you find. Then you can inspect all the rats without fear for the health of innocents, Sirius replied. She nodded. This would make the search go much faster. And they didn't have to turn the rat back into a human in front of the children. If any were around, they could just claim it was one of the infected rats, send the owner to get a basic medical checkup and a harmless nutrient potion, and they would be let go. Nobody needed to know before they were ready. After all, the deadline was June. Now it was March. 3 more months to wait until the adoption was legally binding and couldn't be reversed anymore. And this free hand in the investigations gave her a lot of leeway in finding out dirty secrets of people she had suspected of criminal actions for a while, but which she couldn't prove so far. Fudge had no idea what kind of power he had given for the time being. And she wouldn't waste this opportunity. Albus Dumbledore was in a tricky position. He knew that he didn't have the strongest voice in politics right now. The troll incident had cost him a good deal of influence, but he was sure he would be able to win it back within a year. People had woefully bad memories, and if just the outer appearance seemed to be what people wanted to see, he could still work on what he wanted to do. Still, he had had to give in to a number of demands that he didn't like. The report had forced his hand, especially as it had got outside of Hogwarts before he could prevent it. He had until the summer break to find a solution that he could work with to not have his plans for the future of Wizarding Britain fail. He was used to adapting plans and correcting small parts. One major problem was history of magic. So far the class had been taught by Binns, and it had had 2 positive aspects. Few students actually realized how unfair and biased things were in their country, as nobody could pay attention for a long time, not to mention that Cuthbert Binns rarely ever mentioned any recent events, concentrating on the creature-related wars and old stories about witch burnings. Nothing that could inform them. Next to that, it saved the school 1 full salary, which he had managed to use for his private projects. He needed to make sure that certain things happened, and the money, which was part of the standard budget that had to be passed by the annoying Board of Governors, was used to buy ingredients for Severus, research in potions, many of which he then patented and sold, with a share of the profit going into Dumbledore's vaults, as a silent investor in the business. The books were clean on that part, as Snape knew to document which ingredients he used from school stocks, and his pay was reduced accordingly. That he gave him the money back outside of the books didn't matter. And nobody would look too closely what he didn't write down, claiming it had been used for potions for the hospital wing, as long as the dimensions stayed believable. Next to that, Dumbledore paid some informants with the money. It would be hard to continue doing that without the additional salary, which would go to the new history teacher. But the point was a very strong one, and he would rather retreat on that demand than others that could cost him his spy in the Death Eater ranks. Snape needed to be kept at the school. So far he had managed to deal with the worst problems, but he also knew that Severus Snape didn't have the right temper for teaching. The man was a genius, but like many of them, he didn't have the patience to teach children in what he thought easy and basic knowledge. He had given the potions master a very clear warning that he couldn't protect him fully against something this big, if he didn't shape up and at least appeared to be shaping up his teaching. And Snape knew that outside of Hogwarts he wouldn't have as easy a time to escape investigations that Dumbledore knew the DMLE was still eager to conduct. No, for the greater good Snape needed to be kept at Hogwarts. That meant they had to lie low and keep up appearances until the dust had settled again. This year the test he had planned for Harry Potter wouldn't be possible to be conducted. The DMLE had much too close an eye on the school, and if anything else happened, he would face suspension. He had already upped the difficulty of the protections and made absolutely sure that no student could get into the corridor anymore. He would settle for protecting the stone from Voldemort, and finding out more about how he had managed to survive. He still had no proof which of the dark arts he had used to achieve that. There were some rituals or potions that could achieve the effect. It wasn't a new idea after all, but their number and next to no reliable data made it hard to really say how to counter this. It would have been much easier if Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor. Hufflepuff wasn't that bad to work with for his plans, but Minerva was easier to circumvent than Pomona. At least the boy wasn't in Slytherin. That would have led to heaps of trouble that he really didn't need. So far, he had determined that the boy was a good student, nice to those that were nice to him, and didn't discriminate against anybody. He only kept away from certain people that annoyed him a lot, which sadly included the Weasley boy, which he had hoped to be able to place as a close friend to Harry. But on the other hand, the Malfoy boy, who he didn't want Harry to associate with at all, was also not on the list of people Harry liked. He would have liked more control over the boy, but he couldn't risk it right now. Harry had been among the students that were bullied by Severus the most, and his headmaster that put him in a bad light with the boy, as he had never really done anything to stop the bitter potions master from his behavior. Not to mention that he had been among those that had been badly hurt by the rampaging troll. It wouldn't be possible to get closer to the boy in this situation. Well, he still had time. Right now the boy was just 11 years old, and a confrontation between the two would only not end in the boy's death when Harry was older. Nobody could truly expect a child to win against the worst Dark Lord in a century. But he had wanted to let Harry face the test surrounding the Philosopher's Stone to see what kind of person Harry was. Would he have protected the stone from a possible thief? Well, all musings in that area were futile, as he couldn't hope to perform any tests without getting very bad negative backlash from the ministry. No, right now it simply wasn't worth the price. There would be other opportunities later on. At least the boy was safely tucked away with the Dursleys in Little Whinging outside of school. His instruments told him that the wards were still holding up, like he had planned all those years ago. And the lack of complaints from Arabella during the past 5 or so years clearly meant that the Dursleys had grudgingly accepted their part in the game and put up with raising the boy. The wards were the key to keeping the boy safe. And what was some unhappiness for one boy compared to the greater good? Amelia Bones was in a meeting with Alistair Moody and Rufus Scrimgeour, the two men that were most involved in the operation to catch Pettigrew and use the opportunity to get some proper work done, without having to maneuver too much red tape all the time, what with the minister covering for respected citizens. All right, gentlemen, we have work to do in a small window of time to get it done. The most we have is 1 year. I have talked to Source B about input into our target and got some ideas on how to possible find him. Next to that, I want us to use the access we will have to homes of suspects that so far were out of our reach to collect proof to actually nail the bastards with some crimes that they can't talk themselves out of. Amelia laid down her wishes. I'm all for it, Alistair grunted. About time we catch the bastards. But getting the proof won't be easy. Especially not with scum the likes of Malfoy. I know. The excuse we will use is that we have to make sure that an out-of-control experiment on rats doesn't harm them and their families. They will have to allow the inspectors into their homes, and I want you, Alistair, to be part of the teams that get into the homes of the biggest fishes we had to let go years ago. Your eye will allow you to see things that others wouldn't. And if you spot something clearly illegal, you can act, as your eye and its powers have long since been accepted as sources for giving statements in investigations. We are after a traitor that can turn into a rat. An unregistered animagus at that. We are using the excuse of a disease spread by rats that got in contact with the escaped infected ones to do the search. The minister has given us carte blanche to catch our rat, as the other options would be far worse. He needs to be able to present results of a proper investigation when the shocking news will break about our Source B, Amelia explained. Both men knew about Sirius Black and his situation and how bad it would make the ministry look. They were just glad that their boss was using the opportunity to get some other fishes for their crimes. Don't we need clearance for this? I doubt the Wizengamot would agree to give us that kind of access, Rufus asked. That's the beauty of this. I have a signed order of Fudge to do anything necessary to find our rat. As minister he can do that, as long as it is connected to a real investigation. And, as we know that our rat is a Death Eater in hiding, we can't simply ignore the possibility that those that had been part of you-know-who's followers, forced, or not, you could hear the sarcasm about being forced to become a Death Eater, most of them clearly acted out of their own free will, would offer him a place to stay. Or that he could know about places where they didn't know about. We can formulate this in a way that works in our favor. Okay, we will have to coordinate the strikes at the sensitive places first. Mainly that means Hogwarts and the homes of families with children. Probably Hogwarts should be the starting point, as, if the rat is there as a pet, it could hide too easily, if he found out about this operation, Alistair pointed out. My thoughts, Alistair. I want you to take a team there as the first station, then you will continue to the sensitive targets. I want the top priority targets inspected within the first 3 days. After that, we will work our way through. If we had more ores, we could do it faster, but possibly this will also give me more ammunition to push through an increase of our budget, Amelia commented. Well, I can think of 3 ores offhand that would be suited to lead those teams. Rufus spoke up, and the group of 3 set to working out the details that would decide about success or failure of this operation. The team of the DMLE was working on preparations to find Peter Pettigrew. Nothing could be allowed to be overlooked, and they also needed to work exactly along the letter of the law, as they wanted to catch a number of other big fishes in the process. One or even had an idea how to make things a bit more believable for the ones that they would be visiting for their investigations. The DMLE would simply buy a number of rats from Muggle pet shops and then let those rats loose around the area where some suspected Death Eaters lived. The increase of rats around would be noticed by them, and the following investigation of the DMLE into a general health hazard wouldn't be found strange at all, even if most wouldn't like having to let the ores into their houses. A few caught rats on the ground of each property would then assist in making the ruse work better. Though before all of this was started, the ranks of the ores themselves were checked for any moles of the Death Eaters. To find out that they had a traitor in their ranks, in Orr Yaxley, who had never been suspected in the war, was a nasty wake-up call. Amelia then ordered checks under Veritaserum for all personnel of the DMLE, as it couldn't be allowed that their department was undermined and sabotaged from within. Right now her carte blanche from Fudge was really awesome. She would get away with any measure she considered necessary in the investigation, and making sure that nobody could warn Pettigrew, which they could easily point out Death Eaters were probably going to do, should they find out, was the perfect excuse for a long overdue spring cleaning of sensitive department of the ministry. For now, she would limit it to the DMLE, but she would expand that net later on, once she had caught some criminals. The more success she could show, the less the minister and his senior undersecretary would be able to give her problems about in the matter. They might want to protect a number of the people Amelia planned to arrest, but Fudge wouldn't be able to go against his own orders. And those orders stated that Amelia could do anything that was needed to solve the Pettigrew and Black case. Catching a rat among thousands was already like looking for a needle in a haystack, and they knew it. They couldn't keep Black under house arrest indefinitely either. The man had a right to be free, and he was only willing to cooperate as long as it was needed for him to recover from his ordeal at Azkaban and while the countdown for the adoption of Harry Potter being made irreversible ticked. After that all bets were off. Not too surprising. Which meant, their time was ticking as well. After all, once Black was cleared of all charges against him, it would make the headlines of the Daily Prophet, and then Pettigrew would be alarmed. Not to mention Dumbledore, and they really didn't need that right now. Okay, team, we are nearly ready to move out to catch us some scum that got away the last time. Moody addressed the ores that listened to him closely. Our primary target is an unregistered rat animagus, and if we spot him, his capture is our highest priority. Though we also want to get the ones that only pretended to be victims of Voldemort. But in doubt, the rat is to be caught first, then anything else can be done. I'd rather not let the little bastard slip through the net. The others won't run away like he would, and we can track them down easier. Right now we have some idea where to find Pettigrew, so we will profit from it. The first team will go to Hogwarts and inspect all rats on the grounds. I doubt that there would be many, as the list of allowed pets doesn't include rats, but it has cats and owls on it. As you all know, rats are common prey for both animals. But hiding as a child's pet would be easiest for him, as adults might think it strange after some years that the rat was still alive. Common rats without magical powers live around 3 years at most, and magical ones live longer, normally up to 12 years. As the incident in Manchester is 10 years in the past, it might be that he wasn't considered suspicious yet, as there have been cases of magical rats escaping from breeding farms. While they aren't really popular as pets, some businesses use trained magical rats for certain jobs, so the breeding is still noticeable. The contacts for the investigation are the heads of houses, and we will also let a few rats loose on the grounds and in Hogsmeade beforehand, to make our story more believable. Those rats aren't really of any consequence, except that we have tagged them to find targets after some hours of searching. The heads of houses and the deputy headmistress will be informed about the situation immediately after our arrival, which we will announce in a letter to Minerva McGonagall, said deputy headmistress. While she isn't a head of house anymore, she will be the one in charge. It's a good thing that Amelia will keep Albus busy at the ministry today, going over the improvements to the safety of the castle that he had to make. He will be gone the whole morning, which will let us move undisturbed. If you find any pet rats or those held to feed other pets, the procedure is to stun them and then put them in unbreakable cages, which the Dom has prepared for us. They are safe against any kind of escape that a wizard could come up with, and of course a normal rat won't be able to do anything either. The only way to open them, once a rat is inside, is by Amelia performing the counter charm. This way nobody can interfere, not even if one of us should be put under Imperious curse, Moody pointed out. Many sweat dropped at the precaution, but the job was too important to mess it up, so over-the-top precautions weren't unusual. The second team will hit Diagon Alley and get all rats from the shops confiscated. Make sure to sign receipts for the number of rats you get, as we need to give them back once this whole thing is over. Once the shops are clean, start summoning the ones running around the place. Especially Nocturne is going to have lots of them in there. Make sure to specify that you only want to summon magical rats, as otherwise you will be drowning in common rats that live in London's sewers. We don't want that scandal to be printed in the Prophet. Skeeter would have a field day about Aurors risking the health of witches and wizards by flooding Diagon Alley with rats. What will be done with the summoned rats that don't belong to the shops? Auror Dawlish asked. If we can sell them to businesses that train rats for jobs, we will do that, as the DMLE really needs more money. Otherwise we sell them as food to owl breeding farms or post offices and the like. That won't bring in as much money as the other option, but still better than nothing, Moody answered, and the Aurors nodded. They all knew about their tight budget at all times. What about the non-magical rats that we put around the estates? Auror Robards asked. Well, those will be few enough in number to risk normal summoning charms. The real problems are sewers in large cities. And the estates of the ones that got away by bribery are far away from that. We might get a few extras, but nothing to worry about. The population in those areas is far lower. And they will simply be sold as food for owls as well, Moody answered. The Aurors nodded and took the instructions in. The third team will go and officially check Street Mungo's. We won't let any rats loose there, but it would be suspicious if we didn't do a pro forma check. And you will have to confiscate the lab rats there. Though they will be on the list to get them back first. Please coordinate this with the healers there, as they might have something dangerous tested on the rats, which we don't want to get out. Then we would have the false scenario that we are enacting in reality, which nobody wants. It's enough work as a ruse already, Moody stated. After those three, the estates will be visited and I will be part of the teams for the ones where we suspect Death Eaters. My eye is the best way to spot hidden rooms and the like. The houses of those that aren't on the suspect list will mostly be done by the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, as it has to appear as if we are checking every household in our country. Though I expect that once the news spread, many people will bring their rats in to have them checked themselves. How long will this whole operation probably last? Auror Shacklebolt asked. We expect the investigations to take about 2 to 3 weeks for the rat hunt. After that, it depends how much we can hit the Death Eaters with. Anything that we can prove in their disadvantage will need to have a case built up on. We won't be able to get away with giving them Veritaserum as long as we don't find enough proof to question them. Like dark artifacts being in their possession, illegal potions, you know the deal. Everything that is illegal and justifies an arrest will be used. They may protest, but you can claim standard procedures, and if they didn't have anything to fear, the misunderstanding would be cleared up soon enough. But with the threat of an epidemic among our people, we can't overlook anything at all and have increased standards for what to investigate, Moody pointed out. This was convenient for them, as normally nothing stuck long enough for the bastards to get to a trial, but with the carte blanche also came an order to freeze the vaults of anybody that was arrested until the issue was cleared up. And during that time, while they couldn't buy a lawyer, they were open to the mercy, or not, of the DMLE. Anything that could believably be construed as part of a conspiracy against their people would be used to force Veritaserum into them. And once that happened, they got them. Veritaserum was accepted as proof in front of the Wizengamot, as long as certain procedures were followed. Then Moody sent the teams to prepare for the next day, while he got ready to send 4 owls to the heads of the 4 Hogwarts houses, which they would get early in the morning, just after Albus had left the school. No need to risk anything. Minerva McGonagall was surprised to get an owl this early in the morning. But after reading the message, she was really concerned about the safety of the students. She quickly left her apartment to see if the 4 heads of houses, which the letter had stated would also be informed, had also already read it. When she got closer to the Great Hall, she already found Phileas and Pomona there, with Severus and Bathsheba coming towards their location as well. "Minerva, do you know what this is about?" Phileas asked. "No, I was also only informed to come here to meet with a team of Aurors led by Alistair Moody, and he would then inform us all about the reason why the Aurors are coming here. Though I wonder what could be this important to call all 5 of us here," Minerva answered. "Probably only something that will waste our time," Severus grouched. "It will certainly mess up our schedule today." "Well, at least they should be here in at most 15 minutes, Pomona commented. "True. We better just wait for Alistair to arrive and tell us what's going on. Then we will see what needs to be done," Minerva nodded, taking charge, as she knew that the headmaster would be absent most of the day, as Amelia Bones had asked him to meet with him today, as she wanted an update on the new security measures and how they were working out. The 4 heads of houses and the deputy headmistress didn't need to wait for long, as shortly after 7 o'clock a portkey arrived in front of the gates, like the letter had informed them, delivering a team of 25 Aurors with Moody in charge. They opened the gates and walked up to the entrance doors of the castle. "Alistair, what is going on?" Minerva asked. "Nasty business, Minerva. Let's not speak about it out here in the open, but go inside and find a room that we can set privacy spells up in." "No need to worry, those not reasonable enough to act sensible," Moody replied. "All right, we can use the old Dada classroom on the ground floor. That one is closest and can take the numbers," Minerva quickly decided. "Very good." Moody nodded and the group went to the classroom, with only a few early risers noticing them at all, as most students were just getting up and taking showers. Once they were inside the room, Moody set up his spells and then turned to the 5 teachers. "All right, this is the matter. We found a secret laboratory a few days ago during a routine investigation of one of the cases we are working on. The case doesn't matter right now, but what was found does. Somebody, and we are still working on the identity of the one or ones involved, has been performing illegal experiments into magical epidemics. Especially how to spread them unnoticed until it is too late to do anything. Thankfully our raid has chased them off before it could turn out really bad, but the current situation is serious. We found out that a pre-stage of the intended lethal disease was developed, but we know how to heal it, should anybody be found infected, as long as it happens early on. The disease can be transferred by rats currently. The teams of potions and creature experts are testing if it can also be passed on to other species, but so far it is limited to rats. This is the reason we came here. We have found proof that about 100 of infected magical rats were held at the lab. Any of those rats could infect large groups of others, if they just get close enough to them. We estimate it should be at least need 5 meters distance, but we aren't sure about other ways of infecting previously uninfected rats, like through water or food resources. Notes on that certainly existed. To make absolutely sure that we don't have an outbreak of this disease, we have to check all magical rats all over the country to not overlook anything. You know how fast rats breed. If we don't stop this in the bud, we could be dealing with a catastrophe compared to the Black Death that plagued Europe in the Middle Ages. We have orders to collect all rats that are pets of the students and also summon any magical rat that lives inside the castle to take them to the ministry for a test to make sure that they aren't infected. Once they are tested negatively, those that belong to people will simply be given back, after getting a vaccine against getting the disease. While the rats themselves don't show any signs of being sick, and the incubation period is 2 weeks, it is very hard to determine them in any other way. And the only ones that have the vaccine are at the ministry, Moody explained. Oh Merlin. Of course we will help in any way possible, Minerva stated. Should we call off classes? No, better to not worry the children before we are sure that any sick rats are out of the school, should there be some. The lab was far away, but we don't know if those people would plant the rats in strategic places, and if I was an insane potioneer wanting to kill people, especially if I wanted leverage against the ones after me, I would aim at weak targets like the school. We also have teams in Diagon Alley and St. Mungo's today, and we will add the private homes once we are sure that these hotspots are secured, Moody countered. We know that they had enough time to infect at least 100 rats and they got away 3 days ago, or a bit before that, meaning, thanks to apparition, they could be everywhere. We are just being thorough. So, you want us to give you access to our house's common rooms, as you need to confiscate the students' pets, and, as they will probably protest this, you want them busy in class to be out of the way, Severus concluded. Very true. The less they can meddle, the faster we get this done. Do you by any chance know if any of the children have rats as pets? This would make securing them first much easier, Moody asked. I know of one. The youngest Weasley boy in Gryffindor, Ronald, got the pet rat of his older brother Percy this year. The rat was accepted by me as a pet when I was still head of Gryffindor, simply because it isn't as if it would give us problems, because we didn't want to give the Weasleys trouble over not being able to afford a better pet, one on the approved list of pets, when Molly asked when Percy was to start his first year. Otherwise I don't know of any others, but I don't really keep track of it. I only know of Percy's rat, because he often had it with him for Transfiguration class. He told me it was because of a cat inside the tower that constantly wanted to eat the rat, thus he took it with him for protection. As the cat left with its owner after Percy's first year, it wasn't really followed up on, Minerva explained. None of my Slytherins would sink as low as having a rat for a pet. I only have owls and cats, no toads, as they are not fashionable. Though there might be some that have rats to feed their pets, that I wouldn't exclude, Severus pointed out. Very good reminder, Severus. Yes, some of my Ravenclaws might have a supply of rats for owls or cats. Though I would guess more of the former than the latter, as cats also are happy with kibble, Phileas nodded. Then we will have to check all common rooms thoroughly, Moody stated. We can't afford to overlook anything. Just tell us how to enter and we will take care of everything once classes have started. We will just stay in this room and organize which team will be searching which common room. This way we can be done by lunchtime and you can inform the students about their missing rats. I would also advise you to just let all students take some general potion to strengthen their immune system, that will probably already ward off a beginning sickness. If anything else happens, well, we will then send the experts on healing the disease. But with this step, you should manage to prevent a large outbreak of anything and it can be mixed under the food or the pumpkin juice without them noticing anything. Good. They would only complain to high heavens if we forced them to take any kind of potion, Severus nodded. We have better things to do with our time. The others rolled their eyes, but overall agreed that it would be the easiest way. I will instruct the house elves to put it into the soup today. I can tell them to cook chicken soup, which I know all students like well enough, so we will have all of them take the potion. We can't be sure with the juice, as some students don't like it, Minerva stated. All right, we will leave that part to you, while we collect the rats. We will give all of you lists with how many rats we found once we are done. By the way, those rats that we don't find with students, but summon from the grounds, if they prove safe, do you want them for your owlery, or shall we sell them to owl breeders to fund the DMLE? Moody wanted to know. Just get rid of them, Bathsheba stated, not liking rats at all. Very well. Moody nodded and the 4 heads of houses told the Aurors the passwords and one override in case of the Ravenclaw entrance that demanded a riddle to be answered, just in case they didn't manage. The Aurors worked concentrated and without taking any risks. All rats were stunned, caged, and sent away via portkey to the special room that Director Bones had arranged for before starting the operation. There another team would check the stunned rats for possibly being pettigrew, and the normal magical rats would then be sent to quarantine in another room that was prepared for it. They would make sure that the little beasts only got food that was prepared with contraception potion, as none wanted them breeding while being in the ministry building. It would be hard enough to hide that they had hundreds if not more rats stored in that room. Each cage got a tag where the rat had been collected. After all, the few real pets among them needed to be given back. The Aurors seriously doubted that any of the ones keeping them as food for their real pets would care if a specific rat was given back or not. The room was filling quickly, even if they only had the Hogwarts rats come in right now. The ones in Diagon Alley would start around noon, and the same was true for the ones going to St. Mungo's. They all hoped that the team that was currently at Hogwarts would then manage to quickly go to some Death Eater estates before they could hide incriminating proof. The worst suspects were scheduled to get visits today. The faster they acted, the less likely was anybody going to be able to get away on flimsy excuses again. It was lunchtime at Hogwarts, and the students hadn't noticed anything that was going on while they were in their classes. But now they found out that there was somebody else at the head table, talking to Professor McGonagall, and Professor Dumbledore was absent. Had something happened to the headmaster? Many were whispering and many suspicions were voiced, until Professor McGonagall stood. "Please, may I have your attention for a moment?" she asked, and, being used to her reactions to not being obeyed, the students quickly were silent. "Thank you. First things first, this is Auror Alistair Moody. He had come here today for an investigation of the DMLE, which he will explain to you, as you might be involved in this directly or indirectly." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Moody took over. "I'm not one for long speeches, so I'll just give you the basics that you need to know. Constant vigilance," he thundered, shocking a good number of students. "Never forget being vigilant, you never know who could use it." Back to the topic at hand. During a raid on a laboratory in another part of Great Britain, we found out that some criminals had experimented with illegal potions and diseases. They managed to find a formula that could make witches and wizards sick, which can be transferred by rats. The illness is not dangerous, just nasty. They weren't as far as they wanted to be when we found out about them and raided the place. But they got away with about 100 of infected rats. Thus the DMLE is forced to check all magical rats in our country. Experts are still working on finding out if normal rats are also carriers, so we collect any rat we find. To make things simple, we confiscated all rats inside the castle, be they pets or food for other pets, or simply free-running ones from the grounds. You will get them back, if they are safe. Infected rats, should we find some, will be kept by the DMLE for safety reasons. If that concerns one of your rats, you will get a replacement. I don't doubt that we will have more than enough other rats to make up for one or two that might be found infected. We don't know if the criminals managed to let some of those rats loose around Hogwarts, but we are checking everywhere, as we don't want an outbreak of the disease. Madame Pomfrey was briefed on how to notice the illness, should one of you have it, and she has a potion to cure it. As long as you go to her as soon as you don't feel well, nothing will come out of it, except for perhaps having to take one dose of potion. As I said, the disease isn't dangerous for humans, just tricky to spot on the rats, as they show no signs of being sick at all. If you get letters from your parents that they also got visits from us, that's the reason why. We simply want to prevent an outbreak of a disease. Thanks for listening. We have more work to do. Moody concluded his short speech and walked out of the Great Hall, to the shock of the students. Professor McGonagall now took over again. Like Auror Moody said, there is no reason for panicking. This is a pure precautionary measure, and you will probably get your rats back in about 3 weeks at most. During that time, you will have to make do with mice for your owls or cats. I have sent Hagrid to get about 200 mice from a farm to have them ready instead of the rats. Beyond that, please look into replacements yourselves. Anybody fearing about the disease, well, Madame Pomfrey is more than willing to give you a quick examination and a general immunization potion. Now, continue your lunch, as classes this afternoon will continue like normal. "We won't let this little issue disturb our normal life here at Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall told the students. "What about possible later attempts to get infected rats into the school?" One of the Ravenclaws called out. "The wards have been adjusted accordingly. First thing in the morning after the Aurors informed me and the 4 heads of houses about the possible problem. No rat can currently cross the wards. I personally performed that adjustment," she assured the students. She wouldn't tell them that she had also added a number of dangerous creatures that for some reason hadn't been part of the wards. She had decided that she would rather do it herself now, than having the warding experts that would check the wards over the summer break when all students were at home complain about those not being there. She only wondered why the headmaster hadn't done that yet. Well, probably he had been too busy working out how to set up the other new wards that had been decided upon. It had been a very busy time over the Christmas break, when they had needed to work through the report that the students had handed in that had caused so many waves. Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts from what he considered a satisfying meeting with Amelia Bones. They had discussed the security precautions that were already installed at Hogwarts at the beginning of the school year and which ones he had added since that Halloween debacle. Amelia had also named what she expected to be done by the end of the month, which wouldn't be too hard to make happen. While he would have liked a bit more leeway of exercising his power at Hogwarts, he could work around her demands. It was unfortunate that the troll had caused the attention of the ministry to be directed at matters that he had previously been able to decide on alone, but it was nothing new that some high bureaucrats wanted to pretend that they had a say in how things were done at Hogwarts. And, after thinking about the matter for a while, he had spotted a great chance for himself. He had never been able to really totally overhaul the wards of the school, as it would have caused too much scrutiny. But now, when the ministry actually demanded it, he would be able to argue that the easiest way to bring the wards of the school to the point where they needed to be was taking them down completely, which was a feature the founders had included in them. The founders had known that it could happen, that a ward scheme needed to be changed fundamentally to continue providing the needed protection for the students. And the one that knew most about these wards was he, Albus Dumbledore. During the summer break, he would be able to take them down and then reconstruct them to his liking. There would be the types of protection that the ministry demanded, but also things he considered very useful. Not to mention, should he totally recreate the famous wards of Hogwarts from scratch, he would become even more famous than he already was. And this would be fresh fame, the kind that would last centuries again. He knew that if you didn't manage to keep in the minds of people, fame could fade quickly. Simply because people needed to experience the reason why you were famous. Directly after beating Gellert in their duel in 1945, his star had shone brighter than any others had in living memory. That had continued for about 2 decades, then it had lessened. It was still there, but the younger generations didn't understand why his achievement was as great as it was as the ones that had suffered in the war did. They were told stories and admired him for his achievement, but it wasn't on a basic instinctive level. Especially not, as Great Britain had been more or less spared from the terror of Gellert's troops. The people of his home country revered him for being the only one Voldemort had ever feared, but still, he couldn't deal the final blow like he did with Gellert. Still, he had added fresh fame to the minds of those living in Great Britain, just not the absolute kind that had been created before. Slipping into the role of the kind, wise, grandfatherly professor had worked very well in influencing the younger generation to look up to him. And 3 generations of people teaching their children that Albus Dumbledore was a hero and the leader of the light had been very helpful in his endeavors. Still, after 1981 a new star had risen. The star of Harry Potter, a mere baby that through a stroke of luck became the subject of a prophecy, which also explained why Voldemort couldn't be brought down by Dumbledore himself before. But a baby could easily be formed into his supposed protege. He just didn't have the time to invest to raise the baby himself. After all, he had a school to run, a ministry to reshape and send deluded idiots that believed that killing their population was a smart thing to do into lifetime detention, which was what he considered Azkaban to be. He hated killing, it was such a waste of talent and magic. But at Azkaban the ones that were out of control couldn't harm others again. Hence, he had decided to let the baby grow up with his last remaining relatives on his mother's side. He knew that there was bad blood between the sisters, but that was only an advantage for his plans. The boy would be used to adversity, and family would never cross unforgivable limits in how they treated relatives. Still, he hadn't expected Harry to be sorted into Hufflepuff of all places, but it was far better than Slytherin. The boy was a good student, but he didn't stand out too much. He also had a lot of friends in his year, just not the one he had wanted the boy to make. But that, as he had to again admit, was more the fault of Ron Weasley than Harry. If Ron had not proven to be a bully, especially towards friends of Harry, he would have managed to join the group of friends around Harry. And the children in that group were all from light and neutral families. None of the extremists that had been on Voldemort's side could gain entry into the group. He had ideas about how to insert his own adjustments into the wards during the summer break. He would have to sit down and use his knowledge about runes and arithmancy, which was far ahead of anything that people thought they knew about him, to create unique wards that even the most renowned warding masters would admire. They needed to be flexible, to allow later adjustments, which might be demanded again, but also already covering the areas that were considered problematic by the ministry. And, as he would have a lot of leeway, he would suggest covering some areas that, so far, hadn't been considered. As he couldn't get too close to Harry right now, it would work to establish himself in a favorable light for the future. Then Harry would be more open to include his wise counsel into his life and the adventures that could be arranged for him unsuspiciously. Minerva looked at Albus, who didn't seem to like that he hadn't been involved in the events that took place this morning. Well, you can't really blame the DMLE for acting swiftly without informing you, just because you were absent this morning, Minerva stated, a threat to the health of all of our people. If the maniacs that aim to create this disease to be lethal for all witches and wizards has to be countered as fast as possible. I know, but I don't have to like being excluded in the planning and execution. When it concerned the school, Albus replied. I doubt Alistair would have let you interfere in his work at all. You know how he is. And you can be sure that nothing untoward was going on while he was in charge of a mission like that. He is one of your oldest friends after all, Minerva pointed out. Yes, I know that Alistair would make very sure that the job was done properly. I guess it's just that with the whole things that are going on, I'm a bit sensitive to only getting information when it's already too late to actually do something about a situation, Albus played resigned. To be honest, that was our fault. We did let things get to levels that the students refused to continue ignoring anymore. And if they hadn't chosen the way they did, with irrefutable evidence being compiled, it would have continued like that. I don't like it any more than you do, Albus, but we can't deny the facts. And I have heard from many students, while I wandered around in my animagus form, that the changes that have already been started were seen mainly positive, Minerva told him. At least something. I just don't want too much negative press concerning Hogwarts out there. The parents have to trust us to protect and educate their children properly. I know that the only reason that the student numbers didn't drop more during the war times was that Hogwarts was considered the safest place in the British Isles. I don't want that to be undone by some, even if the anger about what happened is justified, lesser trouble. The number of childbirths is low enough for our people, and you know as well as I do that this school has always been the major meeting place for the young generation to find their partners. Otherwise the families will only look into their own acquaintances for matches for their children, which leads to problems with the magic of the children. It was an observation that headmasters had made in the past and which was passed on to any new head and deputy of the school. One reason why they worked so hard to include new blood into the school. They knew that marrying too close to your own family was bad, but the idiots of the pureblood supremacy movement didn't want to understand it. Neither of the two knew about the research done by Muggles about incest and genetics. They just went by what had been observed by wizards and witches that led the school over centuries. And without any proof, the supremacists refused to listen to them. The easier way was letting them get to know other children when the new generation was still young and let them find their matches on their own. Even if some families put too much pressure on their children, the majority still wanted the best for them, and that included finding love. The teachers didn't really play matchmaker at the school, that wasn't their business, but there weren't as many broom cupboards as there were for nothing. And with potions mixed into the students' food to prevent pregnancies, as not every witch would go to Poppy for help with her female problems, and the potion against cramps was a contraceptive one, they could be reasonably sure that while they allowed things to take place, they weren't acting irresponsibly. And the following generation had to start somewhere. I know, Albus, but this time around, there won't be any specific bad press about the school. The focus will be the threat caused by the infested rats that could be spread out all over the country. And I'm glad that Amelia convinced Fudge to let her act decisively this time around instead of sweeping everything under the rug, like he normally likes to do. If anybody asks us, we can tell them that we, of course, fully supported the ministry's taken precautions and allowed them to take all the rats from Hogwarts, just to make sure that nobody was in danger of getting sick. Add some comments about hoping that the DMLE will soon catch the culprits and done. We did follow Alistair's instructions like asked after all, so we are out of the line of fire, Minerva pointed out. Yes, perhaps I should just send a notice to the Daily Prophet for them to quote me by, instead of waiting until one of their vultures like Rita Skeeter turn up here at the school, Albus pondered. That would be helpful. We don't want her snooping around here, getting quotes from extremist-thinking students to give a picture that simply isn't accurate, Minerva agreed. Then I will send it directly to Barnabas Cuff, as he would be the best person to get it printed in the paper before anybody can act otherwise. Albus nodded and Minerva left his office to continue her other duties at the school. The DMLE was very busy. They had conducted 50 raids overall just the first day, all disguised as the inspection for the infected rats. By now, 30 suspected supporters of Voldemort were in the holding cells, much to Moody's satisfaction. It included Lucius Malfoy, whose secret stash of dark artifacts under his living room floor hadn't been hidden to Moody's eyes. His wife Narcissa Malfoy was also there, as she too bore a dark mark, and, after finding that many dark magical artifacts, including one diary that stunk of the darkest magic, they had arrested both of them. Next to that, people like Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, Selwyn, McNair and others had also been arrested. It would take time to investigate each case properly, but they had that time. Thanks to Amelia Bones directly informing Fudge about the results of the raids, including how bad the things that the Aurors had found truly were, the minister didn't want to touch their cases with a 10-foot pole. He understood enough about incriminating evidence to know that, even if they had donated to his campaign, they would only drag him down with them, should he try using his office's power to get them out. No, he could simply state, if some reporter asked about the donations, that he had believed what he had been told by his predecessor, namely that they had been imperious. If new evidence indicated differently, he would leave it to the experts of the DMLE to find out what was true and what a lie. Simple, and nobody could blame him. Many ministry workers had also been startled when the Aurors arrived with the first rats. Nobody had ever seen that many rats in one place, and a lot of them made disgusted faces. Rats weren't popular, especially in those numbers. There was a secured room with thousands of cages, in which the rats were placed, all of them charmed, unbreakable and magic dampening. All the Aurors were briefed on why that was the case. After all, nobody wanted Pettigrew to escape again. That would be a disaster. By now, an emergency fireplace, which was manned by a junior Auror that had been told what to tell the concerned people when they wanted to know what to do, was working all around the clock. The DMLE had also asked the press release office to give the Daily Prophet an official statement, which would be appearing in the paper the next day. The one manning the fireplace was also equipped with a calendar, in which the concerned citizens could make appointments to have their property inspected by a team of Aurors. The flow hadn't stopped being called ever since the middle of the afternoon, when the first inspections were done and the owners of the houses called their friends with the news. Overall, there was panic in some places, and relief in others. Thankfully they had got the ones that would have given them the most trouble the first day. And a few days in a holding cell, while the Aurors were busy, well, that couldn't be changed. After 1 week of inspections and raids, the overall number of calls at the Auror office decreased again. Thankfully, for the Aurors that was, the cover story was taken well enough and the swift action to deal with possible results was appreciated. Though some people asked why it took days to get all private properties inspected, which was answered by Amelia Bones in a press conference. They simply didn't have more Aurors and they already worked double shifts. They were people and they needed sleep like every other person. It had a nice side effect that the press was crying for more money to employ more Aurors. The DMLE certainly didn't mind that side effect at all, and once they got the Death Eaters that got away directly after the war imprisoned for good, it would be much easier to get it done. People like Lucius Malfoy had whittled away the personnel of the DMLE that was specialized in higher-level cases bit by bit. The Magical Law Enforcement Patrol had been kept as the main police force of the magical world in Great Britain, but the Aurors, their elite, had been reduced with arguments that the war was over after all and they weren't needed in the previously high numbers anymore. Considering that people wanted that things returned to normality quickly, it had happened slowly but surely. Now, people realized why it was a bad idea to weaken their first line of defense in emergencies like this one, and they wanted it changed again. Fudge, realizing the way the wind was blowing, agreed to involve an increase of the DMLE's budget during the next Wizengamot session. That bought him enough time. The next planned session was in 3 weeks after all, and they couldn't just pull Aurors from behind some curtain. They needed to be trained up, which took time. But the scenario that the DMLE had thought up to cover up the chase for Pettigrew made the minister realize that, should such a thing actually happen, his most important department at the ministry wouldn't be able to act decisive enough to stop the threat. He hadn't realized it before, simply because most people that had advised him in the past had claimed that the country didn't need to pay that much money for Aurors when things were peaceful. But now, seeing the reaction to a fake emergency by the people, made him wake up and act before he could be called up for failing in his job. Right now, he hadn't been in office long enough to be blamed on the situation. He could step up and be seen as the one that realized a problem and did something about it. That was always good for the publicity of a politician. Next to managing to bring good publicity to the whole country, it was another area he thought how to make happen. He knew that he needed that capital soon enough, once the scandal about Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew broke. Keith smiled when he watched his wife feed their daughter. It was an incredible feeling to know that they had created this perfect new witch. And a test done by Jessica's healer friend had confirmed that Vanessa had magic. Where most healers didn't know how to do it, Rachel had studied in Japan, where traditional magic and traditional Muggle healing overlapped a lot, and the healers always had to do a year to study traditional medicine during their training. It led to some interesting revelations. Muggles and Magicals differed on a cellular level. By investigating the discovery of the field of genetics, one of the youngest Muggle sciences, a Japanese healer had discovered that while Muggles and Magicals were similar, there was a difference in their DNA. Muggles had 46 chromosomes, with the X and Y chromosomes determining their gender. Magicals had 50 chromosomes, meaning 2 additional pairs, which carried the magical DNA. How no Muggle geneticist had noticed that part, nobody knew, but it was determined and confirmed in several tests performed in Japan. The Japanese researchers had concluded that either the Muggles had, via mutation, lost the 2 additional chromosomes over the course of centuries, or that it was the other way around, that those 2 additional genes were caused by a mutation and allowed the witches and wizards to harness magic. The first theory was considered more plausible, as tests with animals, plants and other magical races had shown that they all had more chromosomes compared to their non-magical counterparts. Starting from that, follow-up research had been performed and ancestors of Muggleborns were examined to find out if they were truly Muggleborns or descended from squibs, which were actually quite rare in the magical world. Keith knew that the families always kept squibs secret, because they were a shame for them, but when they were sent into the Muggle world and had families there, the magical gene would be passed on. The Japanese tests hadn't found a single Muggleborn that didn't have a magical ancestor down the line. Among the parents of Muggleborns, the majority had a dormant set of chromosomes with the information about magic. Squibs had 48 pairs of chromosomes, meaning, the missing second additional pair was actually the reason why they couldn't actively use magic, but still see things like magical creatures. If a couple consisted of 2 squibs, and they weren't closely related, chances were good that the child would have 50 chromosomes, and thus be a witch or wizard. Inbreeding, which was known to the Muggle world, was the main problem why magical genes were damaged. Others were curses, physical and emotional abuse, poisoning and accidents. Especially in children there was a large risk of the chromosomes being damaged, which was probably the reason for a child instinctively protecting itself with accidental magic. There were different levels of magicals, squibs being the lowest level. Then there were hedge wizards and witches, who normally had one of their magical chromosomes damaged in some way and thus couldn't harness their full power, and then normal witches and wizards, with 4 healthy magical chromosomes. It was a fascinating discovery, and it allowed a healer to easily determine if a child had magic or not. A simple blood test could tell you the number of chromosomes. The Japanese healers had developed a test for that, and you knew for sure. Not that it would have mattered to them, but it was a very useful argument against the pureblood supremacists that always went on and on about how Muggleborns weren't true witches and wizards. He had informed other Muggleborns in the group that was working from the background to change things, until they could act in the open, and all of them had started to figure out from which family they were descended. It would be a slap into the face of the idiots if they could claim old vaults at Gringotts, which had got locked up until an heir could claim them via a blood test. After all, wouldn't it be funny to see arrogant people like Lucius Malfoy finding out that he had a cousin that had been believed to be a Muggleborn? Rachel had told them all about it when she tested Vanessa. Next to determining that Vanessa was a witch, she had also determined that she was healthy and developing properly. Magical babies needed more nutrients than Muggle babies, which was the reason why certain baby potions had been developed. They immunized the babies against the worst kinds of diseases that magical babies could contract, and also added the important nutrients to their diet. With Muggleborns, well, they normally showed signs of being hungry more often than non-magical babies. Most Muggle parents simply adjusted their feeding of the babies, and they often started eating solid food earlier. And no matter if Muggle or magical, if a mother bee *East fed her baby, more important nutrients would automatically be transferred to the baby. Keith was very relieved that Harry had already been over a year old when his parents had been murdered, as he had already reached the phase where he ate solid food like porridge, mushed potatoes and the like. This way, the neglect of the Dursleys didn't harm him more than it already did on the emotional level. Amelia Bones looked through the room with the rat cages. It was time to get started in checking all these rats if one of them was Peter Pettigrew. She was currently wearing a bubble head charm, as they had chosen the simplest way to not have any of the rats give them trouble. They had flooded the room with a sleeping gas to knock all the rats out. All Aurors wore the same bubbles around their heads. All right, her voice was somewhat dampened by the charm. Everybody knows what to do. Check each rat carefully with the Animagus revealing charm, next to a charm to find any tampering with them. Those that are clean will be taken to the room next door. I want the rats that were identified as pets to be done first, then the ones that were marked food for owls or other animals. Yes, boss, the Aurors chorused and set to work on this huge task. Amelia left them to it, under the watch of Rufus Scrimgeour, while she went to get started on the first prisoners that were taken. There was a lot to do and not much time. Thankfully, carte blanche also meant that she could use Veritaserum if there was sufficient proof for any suspect activity. Fudge hadn't even read what he had signed. And sufficient proof in this case meant that if it sufficed to get them arrested, it would be enough for Veritaserum. She was definitely very happy about this. Rufus Scrimgeour was bored by the time they had spent 5 hours inspecting rats. But he knew that the probability of Pettigrew being one of these rats was quite high. Therefore, he ensured that the teams to check the rats worked thoroughly and didn't start slacking after a while. He had set up shifts of 5 Aurors at a time, more simply didn't fit into the room where they kept the rats, who could perform the Animagus revealing spell flawlessly and non-verbal. Next to them, 10 members of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol were sent to assist with their work. By now, everybody knew about the operation, but only the Aurors knew the real background for it. The patrol officers were tasked with transporting the cages with the rats that had already been checked to a second room, where they would be given the supposed vaccine against the disease that the DMLE had made up to have a reason to go on this rat hunt. As the Aurors not on duty checking the rats were still out there checking the last properties for more rats, it was smarter to let the patrol officers substitute with less important parts. Amelia had also taken some of the best investigators among the Aurors to set up the cases against the Death Eaters that they had caught while looking for Pettigrew. He felt a dark satisfaction that they now finally had something to stick to them. And the best part was, the Toad, Umbridge, couldn't interfere with their work this time around. Amelia had flatly told her that all those upstanding purebloods had been found with dark artifacts and strong evidence at their homes of them having lied about being under Imperius during the war. And that, as they were currently hunting a Death Eater, which Umbridge was aware of, but couldn't talk about, as Amelia had got an oath of silence, a standard precaution for sensitive cases of the DMLE, even if Umbridge hadn't liked that, couldn't be ignored. Therefore, all the purebloods that they had arrested stayed in the cells with magic suppression cuffs on. If they complained about being ignored about their demands to see a lawyer, the DMLE could claim that a threat to their whole population was much more important than their discomfort. Especially as they were suspected to be involved in serious crimes, and to simply shut up until they had the time to take care of their cases. They weren't their first priority after all. The pureblood elitists didn't like being brushed off like that, but nobody cared about their opinions. They would find themselves confronted with Veritaserum as soon as Amelia had ironclad cases built up, and then they would fall from their high horses very quickly. The time those people had to wait for their trials also had a second benefit for the DMLE. They couldn't take any possible potions against Veritaserum. There had been a phase in the war, back in 1975, when the DMLE had tried to use it on all captives to get names of other Death Eaters to get a grip over the attacks, where not only the effect of the potion had been neutralized, that was for those that had enough money to pay for a neutralizing potion, it had also got several others killed, as a cheaper potion could be taken to react badly with one of the key ingredients of Veritaserum. The outcry, caused by reporting of Rita Skeeter, who had just started out as a reporter back then, had forced the ministry to forego Veritaserum, as they wouldn't win anything by killing all of their suspects off. And, without conclusive proof of their crimes, they couldn't declare that the reaction to the potion justified the method. Too many deaths caused by the ministry outside of battles didn't look good on their resume. Not to mention that Dumbledore and his stupid ideals of not killing the enemy also worked against using the potion, when the probability of it killing the suspect was too high. By now, they knew that the potion worked for a week until it had to be taken again. Consecutive ingestion would increase the time limit of it working, but as none of their prisoners had expected them to strike, it was very unlikely that any of them had taken more than one dose, if that much. After all, they believed to be safe from the ministry by then. The rat examiners were switched every 3 hours, simply to assist with the boredom factor. If they were unlucky, they would be stuck with checking rats for days until they found Pettigrew. If he was among these rats, Rufus really hoped that Black knew his former friend well enough to be right about him hiding as a pet. Otherwise it would be much harder to find the bastard. The first rats that had passed the check were already out of the room. It was a blessing that all these rats were drugged with sleeping gas, otherwise the noise would make this whole thing much harder. To not have the shops selling rats complain too much, the supply of Elop's Owl Emporium, those were food for the owls sold there, and the magical menagerie, those were meant to be pets, had been checked first. Once they had been administered the supposed vaccine, which would come up in a standard diagnostic charm of the shop workers, otherwise it would give the Aurors a problem explaining this operation to others, they would be transported back there to be sold. While Rufus was quite sure that few people would consider buying rats as pets for a while, the rats that were bred to feed owls would still be sold normally. Then one of the Aurors approached him. "Anything to report?" Rufus asked. "No, sir, so far all rats that were checked came up clean. We are through with the supply from the magical menagerie and Elop's." "Which group should we check next?" the Auror, a middle-aged man with graying brown hair, asked. "I suggest we take care of the Hogwarts stock next, Curver," answered Rufus. "If, like assumed, he managed to hide as a pet, we might get lucky there. After that, we will inspect the rats from the poorer families that were collected at private homes." "Understood, sir," confirmed Auror Curver and went back to his colleagues to pass on the orders. Rufus watched how the Aurors handed the cages with the rats over to the patrol officers and how this cleared up one wall of the room. Naturally, the shops would have the largest number of magical rats on stock. The next largest number came from the owl breeding farms and post offices. After all, while the owls could hunt for themselves, while they were still young, it was easier to have their parents presented with easy prey for their offspring. He took a look at his list. The two shops had had about 1,300 rats there. He didn't expect those numbers, but the shop assistant at the Owl Emporium had told the Aurors that confiscated the rats that they needed about 2 rats per owl per day, the smaller ones needed only 1. And it was less costly to keep rats as food for them than mice, as they needed 4 to 6 of them per day per owl. Considering that they normally had about 100 owls at the shop, it was more than understandable that they needed large numbers of rats to keep them fed. The rats that they had confiscated were about the food for their owls for 1 week. Which was why they had demanded them back once they had been checked. After all, the DMLE had also confiscated their breeding pairs. Which meant, they had to buy mice for the time being, which meant additional costs. Well, it couldn't be helped. They needed to find Pettigrew, and he could have hidden at every place. And as he had already proven that he was a murderer, they wouldn't take any risk with public safety. They didn't need another disaster like the one in Manchester, when he killed 13 Muggles in 1981. Once the cages were out of the room, the Aurors turned towards the Hogwarts rats. There were several. Many children that had owls held a few rats to feed their pets. While most would hunt themselves or be fed by the gamekeeper, who had also handed over many rats, which were bred for the school post owls next to some magical creatures that ate rodents, some children liked to keep the feeding of their owls as natural as possible. They would only use owl treats when they delivered mail, and honestly, they couldn't keep a rat for that purpose on them. That would result in the other students protesting, not to mention the teachers. They had found out that one student had a snake that wasn't approved by his head of house, which had also been confiscated, as the reptile was poisonous. It was sent to his home, and the student got detention for that by Professor Snape, who didn't like it at all if he wasn't informed about unapproved pets. It was different if the student asked for permission beforehand, and if the snake was charmed to never bite another student or teacher. But that was a Hogwarts problem, nothing the DMLE had to bother with. Well, on again with the checks, declared Auror Iverson. The others confirmed, not very enthusiastic admittedly, but they soldiered on. They knew what was at stake. Amelia Bones listened to the report of Auror Hammer, who had been tasked with the investigation into the Goyle case. Gustav Goyle was stupid, a follower of Lucius Malfoy for sure, and he hadn't made sure that anything that could incriminate him for possible crimes was actually hidden somewhere safe. Malfoy's hiding place under the living room floor had only been found because of Moody's eye. Incidentally, once all Death Eater suspects had been arrested, Moody had taken over the Malfoy case to have the evidence airtight. He wouldn't allow that piece of scum to get away again on flimsy excuses. It was a matter of personal pride for Moody. Just when Hammer was at the end of the report, the door flew open and Rufus stormed inside. "Rufus, did anything happen?" asked Amelia. "Target acquired, Amelia. We got the bastard. He was among the Hogwarts stock," exclaimed Rufus. Amelia understood immediately and was glad that her office had automated silencing charms on all walls that prevented that anything that was discussed in there got out. The information would be contained until she passed it on. "Excellent work, Rufus," praised Amelia. "That is what we needed. Chuck him into a holding cell with anti-magic cuffs on both wrists and ankles. No way are we risking that he escapes. Next to that, charm the cell to avoid any kind of transformation working, in case something fails with the cuffs. Nobody but you, me, Moody and Shacklebolt is going in there for now. And no word to anybody before I inform Fudge in person. Of course, Amelia, I'm just glad that the whole effort paid off like that. How are we going to proceed?" asked Rufus. "Do you know where the bastard hid?" asked Amelia. According to the report, he was the pet of one Gryffindor first year. "One of the Weasley children," replied Rufus. "I doubt that Arthur or Molly knew anything about it. They are good people. They would never allow for a criminal to be around their children. Not even if they thought he was innocent. An adult man sleeping in the bed of a child would ring all alarm bells with them. Let's keep this to ourselves for the moment. Let the Aurors continue checking the rats, as we don't want our story to be discovered as the fake it is. We are reaping a lot of benefits that we didn't expect when he started this operation. Schedule for the Auror cadets to be involved as spell practice. It can never do harm to have practical experience. It will also give the impression that we are calling in all resources that we have available. A good base to get out. Budget increased after all those idiotic cuts we had to take, decided Amelia. Of course, Amelia. I'll send the owl to the academy leader once the rat is in the cell, promised Rufus, liking the idea a lot. Now that they had their target, they could milk the scenario for all it was worth. He left the office and left the two women alone again. That's a relief, Amelia, Hammer stated. Very much so, Connie. It also means I can delegate more ors to the cases that we will bring in front of the Wizengamot as soon as we have collected all the proof we can get. This operation will clean up a lot of old messes that we were prevented to get rid of before. Though I fear we will have to get the Wizarding Child Services Office involved as well. Some of the Death Eater suspects that were arrested have underage children, and in cases like the Malfoys, who both have a dark mark, nobody is left to take care of their children. And we must avoid letting the children suffer for the sins of their parents. Not to mention see to it that we remedy a lot of brainwashing towards their beliefs if we still can, commented Amelia. True, I hadn't thought that far yet, but you're right. Well, the work of an Auror is never done, but it is satisfying when we actually get the bastards and can nail them to the wall, declared Hammer. Amelia nodded firmly. Many Aurors would enjoy finally sending those that had killed their friends and families in the last war to Azkaban. It was overdue in their opinion. Cornelius Fudge listened to the report that Amelia Bones presented him. He was very relieved that the unprecedented operation that the Aurors had performed had borne fruit. While he was one of the few outside the DMLE that knew about the rat disease being made up, he knew that having Pettigrew in custody would make the scandal over the Black case a lot easier to bear. It would cause a shitstorm for a while, but the ministry could rightfully claim that they had handled the problem competently and decisively. Thank goodness that your idea worked, Amelia. Having Pettigrew arrested and in a holding cell will reduce a lot of the problems that will come once we come out about Sirius Black being innocent and still sent to Azkaban, sighed Cornelius. Certainly, Minister. We can handle the issue with all force that the law gives us. Thanks to Black testifying under Veritaserum that Pettigrew murdered those Muggles in Manchester, we can pump him full of Veritaserum and get all the answers we need. Moody confirmed that he has a dark mark, faded like the ones on the other Death Eater's arms. We also confirmed those marks on 90% of the ones we arrested during the rat hunt, when the Aurors found evidence of other crimes that weren't hidden well enough, informed Amelia the man. That's a shocking development, to think that so many that have a dark mark on their arms went free. I believed that they were actually under Imperius curse back then, but the mark makes me doubt how much truth there is to it. I mean, I went over the reports of the trials of other Death Eaters back then, simply because I needed to know what to expect during Pettigrew's trial, and from what Bellatrix Lestrange testified when she was arrested after cursing the Longbottoms like that, she believed that the mark was only given to the elite of you-know-whose forces. He wouldn't give it to werewolves or vampires, for example, no matter if he used them to spread terror, stated Cornelius. Very true. Moody had complained a lot about not even checking everybody arrested for the mark. Once we found out how you-know-who used it to call his followers to himself, it should have been a clear sign of something being off. I don't know if one could be forced to take the mark while being under Imperius, but I doubt he would do that for all his victims. Why bother after all? If he needed that victim to act a certain way, he would simply order the one controlling the spell to take care of it being done, commented Amelia. Cornelius nodded, not liking that way of thought. He had been informed that the Aurors had arrested approximately 50 people. To find that 45 of them had a dark mark was very unsettling. And these people often belonged to Wizarding high society or had influential positions. Some even worked at the ministry. He didn't like the idea of criminals having access to him personally. He knew he wasn't the best wizard around. He was average in his magical power at best, and if they wanted to, they could have harmed him easily. It was known how far Death Eaters would go to follow the orders of their master. What needs to be done to not see a repeat of the early 80s, when these people were let go? I don't want to take the fall for this mess, asked Cornelius. Amelia looked at the Minister of Magic closely. This could be a chance to finally get the needed cleaning up from the war done. She decided to use the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presented to her. One where the toad wasn't present to stop her. We need to find all out these people know, all the crimes they committed, all the knowledge they assembled during the war about plans of you-know-who. While I'm not sure if Professor Dumbledore is right about his warnings that you-know-who might find a way to come back, I'm not willing to risk that he's right. There were claims from arrested Death Eaters like the Lestranges that he would come back and get them out. And those shouts didn't stop after a year of being at Azkaban at all. The warden at Azkaban reports that they still shout that their master will come back and avenge them. It might be that some of the marked prisoners have been looking into finding their master again. If he doesn't have outside help, we can deal with the problem much easier. I will interrogate each and every one of them under Veritaserum. A dark mark is a very clear sign that they were involved with a terrorist organization, which overrules any kind of law that might prevent that I can normally question purebloods under Veritaserum. It's actually a law I think should be changed, as it prevented that we could lock that scum away when we had the chance after the war. Those that don't have to fear anything won't mind us using the potion. Only those that committed crimes have something to fear. We will only use it for capital crimes, but when we have evidence of that being the case, our suspects shouldn't be allowed to get away based on something as ridiculous as blood status, stated Amelia, not to mention that the law was mostly passed because so many people were killed when the Ministry used it on all suspected Death Eaters back in the 70s. But with enough time of them having to wait for their trials, any potions to cause those adverse reactions can be avoided. Cornelius pondered the statement. It wouldn't be popular, but he was coming to see how much harm had been caused and could have created a really bad situation in the future, had these people actually found their master, should he still be alive somewhere. He doubted it to be true, not after all this time, but a what-if scenario for that was too horrible to imagine. While it was an invasion of privacy, it could be limited, if the Aurors would be limited to asking questions concerning the case and accusation that was under review at the time. And right now, the Ministry saw how unprepared the DMLE was to handle both an emergency and their normal duties. They had pulled all available forces to perform the rat hunt. Any other duties of the Aurors had been put on hold. While some things had been taken over by the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, their qualifications were much lower than those of the Aurors. And he was sure that if this emergency was real, it would end much worse than it would right now. If the prisoners were actually faithful Death Eaters that would return to their lord's side if he ever came back, the scenario showed that the Aurors would be overrun by them after a short period of preparation. No, better to nip that possibility in the bud. You-know-who was already dangerous enough without support from his followers. Get me a draft of an adjustment to the existing law. It will cause unrest among the Wizengamot, but we have a very clear case of it being needed at hand currently. I might be able to gather enough support for this actually, suggested Cornelius, and please make sure that you include a mandatory examination for potions that could react negatively to Veritaserum in the law. If we wait for the potions to lose their effect before we use Veritaserum, we should be able to sway Dumbledore's faction into supporting this, as the death toll was the reason why they refused to let us use the potion further back in the 70s. Thank you, Minister, I will do that, promised Amelia, happy about this important victory. Next, when do you think we can arrange the Black Trial? Now that we have Pettigrew, it wouldn't be right to keep the man locked up at St. Mungo's longer than he needs for his healing, asked Cornelius. Well, according to the reports of the healers, he will need at least 4 months of constant therapy to be at a basic level that they consider safe enough to let him live on his own again. He will still have to see his healer regularly, but by then, they estimate that he can at least get back to them on his own, should he have a relapse. Though for the first 6 months after being released from the hospital, he will be placed on watch of a house elf trained by St. Mungo's to keep an eye on him and make him take his potions on time, replied Amelia. She had been given reports about Black's development regularly, and the end of March was when the healers considered the earliest point in time for him to be released. But they needed until June to have the adoption of Harry Potter be out of the period where others could interfere. It was the end of March by now, which meant 3 more months needed to pass before she would reveal things. Do you have plans for that part? Asked Cornelius. I actually do, confirmed Amelia, he already agreed to them. Once he is released next month, should everything continue like it does right now with his healing, he will be transferred to a safe house that the Aurors use for witness protection cases. One of the DMLE house elves will take care of the potions regimen, and a healer that belongs to us will visit him there twice a week for the first month, then once a week the second month. He will get a training plan to continue the rebuilding of his body. With all the caught suspects, we can keep the Wizengamot busy until Hogwarts lets out in June. And we need to have the situation solved until then, as many of those prisoners have children that attend the school or are even younger. They need to have a place to go to. Should, as I expect, their parents be sent to Azkaban for a long time. That's indeed an important issue, admitted Cornelius. How many children are we talking about here? At least 20, but I don't have the numbers yet. And many of them don't have relatives that could take them in, as they are already locked up at Azkaban. We will have to get creative there, pointed Amelia out. Another mess, but we need to do the right thing for those children. Perhaps we can win some people to foster a few children, if we assist with the costs for food and clothing in some way. Or even better, I start an initiative that might assist with the general low numbers of births, exclaimed Cornelius. Amelia looked a bit confused, but let the man talk, as any agenda he would further in that area wouldn't harm her department, and might distract him enough to not look too closely into areas she didn't want looked at until the end of June. I mean, we lost many people in the last war, which influenced the childbirth rates a lot. I always get to hear from Dumbledore how Hogwarts lacks funds, simply because the student numbers are low. Right now, we can't do much about that, but we also can't afford that it continues. During the war, understandably, many couples feared having children. But now the times are different. Our world is safe, and with the remainders of you-know-whose forces being sent to Azkaban soon, there is nothing hindering the families to have more children again. Except money. I know about the trouble of the Weasleys, who actually have lots of children. If more families had that many children, we wouldn't have to worry about our numbers. On top of that, there is the report of the students at Hogwarts that shows the problems that exist at the school. Doing something that helps families with children would go well with the people. If I have the numbers right, then keeping a child fed and clothes would take about 5 to 10 galleons a month, correct Amelia? He asked. That would be a base amount, but it is workable, nodded Amelia, thinking how much she had to spend for her niece Susan. It wouldn't cover Hogwarts tuition, but for the food and clothes, it would suffice. Great. I was thinking, if we find the ones that get or were convicted in the past as Death Eaters for their crimes, next to locking them up, we would gain a lot of gold. That gold could be used to start a fund like the one that the founders set up for Hogwarts. For example, the one that allows orphans that can't pay themselves to attend the school. We would set it up to be invested in a way that brings in interest each year, which would cover the costs that we need to pay for the program. Let's start with giving each family 3 galleons a month per child. Orphans can get 5 per month, or children that simply don't have any relatives that remain that could or want to take them in. That way, the costs for caring for those children would be covered. If we assist the families this way, several might consider the money sufficient to have more children. I know from several acquaintances that they decided against more than 1 or perhaps 2 children because they couldn't pay for them. Now, if they can pay for 1 child already, having a second one would mean they would get 6 galleons once the program is active, which they didn't have before. And 6 galleons are enough to cover the basic needs of a child, explained Cornelius his idea. That could work, pondered Amelia, if we put the distribution of the fund under the purview of the WCS office and connect getting the money to properly caring for the children. We would also solve another problem at the same time. We would only need to transfer some people to that office to manage all the work included, and it would benefit the children of our country a lot. I like the idea, Minister. Cornelius looked happy at the acknowledgement for his spontaneous idea. You should work on setting up a draft for a bill that you can present at the Wizengamot once we have the trials for the ones we arrested finished. That will take some time after all, and this bill shouldn't be done without due consideration for the details. Perhaps it would be a good idea to first get an idea of how much in fines we can get through the trials and then have Dirk Cresswell talk to the goblins how to set up this fund. He is the head of the Goblin Liaison Office after all and would be the right man to ask. They manage the Hogwarts Fund as well after all, pointed Amelia out. Quite true, Amelia. I better ask Brianna Nasfit what she thinks would work best to have this work from the start. I don't want my plans to be delayed because they were impractical to be realized, decided Cornelius. She would be the best person to ask, agreed Amelia. Well, this way she didn't have to figure out ways to keep the minister distracted while the clock ticked. And Brianna would ensure that all children were included in the law, including squibs and hedge witches and wizards. While those groups normally fell through the net, if this law became reality, the families might be more inclined to treat them well because they got money for them and the WCS controlled all families that got the money. Sirius looked up from reading the Quibbler. He had caught up on the most important parts of the events that took place during the past 10 years, while he had been stuck at Azkaban. He looked much better now than at the beginning of his treatment. Most of the physical damage had been fixed, but even magic needed time and fuel to get everything done. And with Dementors the main damage was done to the mind, not the body. That was the reason why the healers insisted on keeping him at the hospital for 4 months on end, before they would release him to a place where he would still be under constant observation and care, just with more options of moving around freely. The daily profit, while he got it every day from a DMLE subscription for the ward, wasn't enough to last throughout the day. It kept him busy for about 2 hours, if he read every article that was, which he did to reduce his boredom, but he needed more to occupy himself. He was quite looking forward to the time when he was released, even if he still had more rehabilitation before him. But if he wanted to get back to how he was before Azkaban, or as close to that state as possible, he would invest the work. The Quibbler was an amusing magazine that Zeno Lovegood published every fortnight. It was full of stories about magical creatures that the Lovegoods went on trips to find. Most sounded too stupid to be true, but who knew what could be possible with magic? Before Newt Scamander had written Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in the 20s, most people had never heard about many of those interesting creatures, if they didn't live close to their homes. And very few knew how to act around them safely. Who said that beings like crumple-horned snorkax couldn't be real? It could be that they were known under other names or needed special circumstances to be seen, like thestrals. Sirius was willing to be open-minded about things like those. Not to mention that the reports about the trips were worth subscribing to the magazine. And the rune puzzles were tricky and clever, which kept his mind occupied for a long time to solve them. The reason why he had looked up from his reading was that somebody had entered his room. "Amelia, good to see you," smiled Sirius. "Any news?" Both knew what he was referring to. "Indeed. Good ones at that. We have him, Sirius," she informed him. His face switched between emotions for a few seconds. Elation, shock, surprise, anger, fury, trying to calm down, and then satisfaction. "I'm glad you got him, Amelia. This is one worry less on my mind. I don't want to imagine what kind of damage he could have caused, with his form being as good for hiding as it is. I can't believe that I never saw that back when we were teenagers and young adults," Sirius commented. "Indeed, he's secured in one of my holding cells with magic suppressors on all limbs. I won't risk anything." Moody also personally took care of spelling the cell to prevent any kind of escape method. "That thing is probably safer than the cells at Azkaban right now, short of having a Dementor in front of it," stated Amelia. "Great. Just ensure that once he goes to Azkaban the same security measures are kept up. Dementors are blind, Amelia, and any slip for a rat animagus would see him flee that place. You know that the reason why I'm not insane is that my own animagus form protected me." Sirius had confessed being a dog animagus when the healers wondered how he could possibly have stayed this clear of mind with the constant Dementor presence. It was included in his therapy as well. Amelia had discreetly arranged that Sirius registration paperwork was filed correctly, deep in the DMLE archives. The paperwork was doctored to appear having been filed during the war by Moody, who was a great believer of constant vigilance. There were more than 7 animagi during the current century. 7 were just the ones that were registered on the official, the public list. Several Aurors had achieved the feat as well, but giving that vital information out where everybody could find it wasn't smart. Therefore, the DMLE had its own list. Moody was informed to claim that he had registered Sirius Black and James Potter secretly to cover their backs in case they were discovered. They were prominent fighters after all, and Moody would claim that during the war he couldn't care less that they hadn't officially been Aurors. And everybody knew that Moody always did what he considered right. He would circumvent some rules he considered stupid without breaking the law. Amelia could live with that. It was part of what made Moody such a good Auror. Padfoot, which was the name of Sirius' dog form, was by now a large part of Sirius' psyche. Thanks to staying in that form for a long time, simply because the Dementors didn't affect the dog as much as the man, the therapy needed to address both sides of his mind. I will definitely make sure that he gets what he deserves, Sirius. I also got Fudge to agree to changing the law about the use of Veritaserum, revealed Amelia. How did you manage that? Wondered Sirius. He got a bad shock to his worldview and had to examine his priorities due to the scenario we used to catch Pettigrew, answered Amelia. Until now, as he has only been elected as minister back in May last year, he didn't really have to worry about any real emergency. But he has seen for himself that the stupid advice from people like Dolores Umbridge would come to bite him heavily, should such a scenario actually become real. And it would be too easy for it to happen. He had to deal with demands why the DMLE wasn't faster in inspecting all the private properties. Many concerned witches and wizards have sent letters, some even sent howlers, trying to get their homes pushed up on the list of properties that were secured. Nobody wants such a possible danger around. And the confiscation of all magical rats in the country took us weeks. A few days the people might have been willing to tolerate once the news broke, but we needed about 4 weeks to have all rats collected. Many will have been furious about the time it took for them to get the safety of not being included in the group where those contaminated rats were left, nodded Sirius in understanding, or at least get the possible threat away from their homes and families. Indeed, Fudge has seen that my constant claims that the personnel of the DMLE isn't large enough for the jobs we need to perform. It couldn't have been clearer that I don't have enough Aurors to deal with possible threats. He also has come to the realization that with 45 out of 50 prisoners we took while performing the inspections having a dark mark, previous claims of Imperius sound hollow now. He knows how many of those people have worked on getting close ties to him. And it scares him. While he isn't sure if Dumbledore could be right, I have convinced him that it was too much of a risk to bluntly deny the possibility of him being alive in some way. Especially as we have continued reports from Azkaban that his followers, the crazy faithful ones like the Lestranges, still claim that he will come and get them out. Yes, Bellatrix often screamed that he would get her out once he came back, nodded Sirius, shuddering at the memory. Based on that realization, he agreed that we will interrogate every single one of them, no matter if they are purebloods or not, under Veritaserum, as soon as we can exclude the possibility of potions having been taken to possibly kill them through the serum. That way, even Dumbledore won't be able to refuse the use of the serum, as the main reason why he supported the law of forbidding its use, even if he wanted it valid for everybody, not just purebloods, will be void. Still, he prevented that we used it back then often enough, which had the same result. I think that Fudge finally saw that he would never survive, should something like the terror of the 70s and early 80s was repeated. He isn't a powerful wizard, but he has shown some surprising ideas and insight. I guess a healthy shock to the system can be a good thing from time to time. Even Umbridge can't sway him from his new course, which is something I heartily approve of. Her ideas are way too extremist. If I'm lucky, Fudge will get too annoyed by her and fire her after a while. Sirius laughed at that. He had heard a lot about Dolores Umbridge and her machinations from Amelia and other Aurors here at the hospital, as he needed to be aware of the dangerous and influential players in politics right now. Once he was cleared of all charges officially, he planned to take up the black seat at the Wizengamot. While he didn't really like playing politics, he was the only living male member of the Blacks that could take the seat. And it would be good to have something to do. He would work on getting a lot of biased laws repealed and measures established that would make it much harder for any kind of extremist to get his ideas passed. From both sides of the spectrum, Dumbledore was as much of a problem as Voldemort, he had realized. An extreme pacifist that wouldn't imprison the guilty, nor allow those that murdered and tortured without remorse to be killed on the battlefield could cause as much damage as a maniac out to ends Avenue everybody, and who didn't care about killing those that opposed him. I wish you luck with that. Another thing, where did Peter hide? asked Sirius. Among the pet rats that were at Hogwarts. I was worried about that. Will you tell the family? Asked Sirius. Not all of them. They are good people and won't have known about it. Arthur Weasley, the father of the boy that had the rat, will be informed until oath of secrecy once the trial for you and Pettigrew is over. The family is poor, which is probably why Pettigrew managed to get accepted as a pet by one of their children. I still have some time until all the rats have been examined. I'm actually exploiting the current situation as much as possible to get support for my increase of the DMLE budget. I have called in the Auror cadets from the academy to join the ones examining the rats, now that we don't have to worry about nonverbal spells anymore. It makes it appear that we are drawing on all resources to get the situation solved, grinned Amelia. Devious, approved Sirius. The presentation of a prank is always the most important part, next to having planned and prepared everything properly. Amelia chuckled. Sirius, despite his experiences, was still a prankster at heart. When will the trial take place? We have to conceal the other deadline after all, Sirius wanted to know. As I have so many Death Eater suspects in my cells right now, their trials will take place first. I also got Fudge distracted further by letting him work out a program to care for the children of those that will go to Azkaban. He actually had a good idea about that, which I'm happy to support. Next to the idea of it possibly also increasing the number of children born. And as long as he works on something that will actually let him look good to the public, which is a worthwhile project, he can't look too closely into other things. He will be busy with those two parts, the trials and the program, which needs to be ready when Hogwarts lets out, to cover the placement of the children that are currently at the school. I have some emergency caretakers for the younger ones who don't have family members left over already, but that's only a short-time solution, admitted Amelia. Mainly those caretakers are retired DMLE personnel that take care that they get 3 meals a day and do the homework set for them, if they are at least 4 years old. It's not perfect and their numbers are too low. Sirius pondered about that. They will have learned several bad things from their families, he commented. Coming from a dark family myself, I know that caring for your children isn't always high up on the list of the parents. They will demand that the children conform to their beliefs. And many children can't do that when they are young. Especially when the expectations are too high. I know that my mother didn't hesitate to use punishment spells, as she called them, to correct my and my brother's bad habits. Is that common? Asked Amelia worried. In the dark families, yes, at least it was when I was a child and a teenager. If you can manage, get Fudge to not only work out a way to give all those children a place to stay. If he really wants to work in that area, suggest that he can make a really big impact, if he took on the problem of children being mistreated. And let it cover all families. That way the dark faction can't dismiss it as discrimination, even if I expect them to be the worst offenders. Point out the way obscurials are created and how that had to be avoided. How will this be financed, by the way, as that will be a question that the Wizengamot members will ask. The fines put on the Death Eaters, grinned Amelia. Good idea, approved Sirius, but you have to consider that the children will inherit the money of their parents. In your position, I would look into tying it up until they had graduated Hogwarts and are at least 17 years of age. Make it a condition that they can show at least 3 newts before they are allowed to freely work with the money. Even the biggest fines won't deplete the larger fortunes. I know that the Malfoys have a lot of money, and even if they would have to pay a double fine for Lucius and Narcissa, Draco and Persephone will still inherit a lot of money. Persephone? Asked Amelia confused. The dirty little secret of the Malfoys, nodded Sirius. I only know about her existing because Narcissa is my cousin. You know that Lucius was 5 years ahead of me at Hogwarts and he married Narcissa 1 year after he graduated, directly after she finished Hogwarts. Still, Draco was only born in 1980, when it is normal that a new couple will try to ensure the continuation of the line as soon as possible. Ever wondered why? Challenged Sirius. Amelia was surprised at that line of thought. Sirius was right. Most couples had their first child when they were young, shortly after their marriage. The Malfoys had married in 1974, and everybody knew that Narcissa Malfoy didn't work a day in her life. She got a big dowry from the Blacks, which was added to the Malfoy fortune, which meant she should have been pregnant way earlier. Having her first child 6 years after her wedding was very late. You were right, it is strange. If you mention a girl, did Lucius have a bastard child? She guessed. You were nearly correct, she is Narcissa's illegal child, revealed Sirius. She was born in 1976. Grandfather was furious about that event and nearly voided the marriage contract that my aunt and uncle had made for Narcissa and Lucius. What? How? Exclaimed Amelia. And where is the girl now? I don't know for sure, but I know that she is a witch. It was tested when the girl was 1 year old. Back then, I was still kept in the loop by grandfather, as he hadn't disinherited me, like my mother did halfway. She could blast me from the family tree, but she couldn't take away my name, which needs the action of the head of the house, as you know. I was the black heir, as grandfather didn't believe that Regulus was strong enough to keep control over the bloodthirsty lot that was the Black family. While officially people believed that Regulus had been made heir, it was never seen through. And when he vanished without a trace, presumed dead, well, he didn't have other male heirs, shrugged Sirius. Persephone was the result of Lucius ignoring Narcissa completely after 1 year and a few months. He thought her infertile, useless to continue his line. When some of his friends or subordinates started using that situation and flirted with Narcissa in subtle ways, she decided to pay her husband back for his not-so-well-hidden unfaithfulness. He had been sleeping around since about 2 months after their wedding. She informed grandfather of that when she had to explain her pregnancy from a man not her husband. I wasn't informed who the father was, but it wasn't a pureblood, that much I know, which was a huge problem for my family. It was a powerful and handsome half-blood wizard, even if Narcissa claimed she thought he was a pureblood, mainly because she couldn't imagine Lucius associating with anybody not a pureblood. Still, fact was, she was pregnant with a non-pureblood child, and you know that abortions are simply not done in the wizarding world. It could cause too much damage to the witch. Yes, aborting a child disrupts the magic flow of the mother badly and often kills her. That's why any kind of potion aiming to kill an unborn child was made illegal centuries ago, nodded Amelia. Correct. Well, the truth had to be hidden, and you know my family. They don't hesitate to permanently end any kind of threat. The father was discreetly disposed before the baby was even born. Death Eater attack was given as cause of death. Lucius was forced to acknowledge the girl as a Malfoy by grandfather, but he cut her out from the line of inheritance directly after she was born. If he had not done so, he would have had the contract voided, including having to pay back the dowry, as the baby proved that the failure to conceive a proper heir wasn't Narcissa's fault, but his. It should have been obvious with all his sleeping around. After all, he also didn't manage to get those women pregnant, stated Sirius. Then how could Draco have been born a Malfoy? Wondered Amelia. I'm not sure, but I suspect that he isn't Lucius' son but Abraxas, answered Sirius. That would make him Lucius' brother, exclaimed Amelia. Yes, but still a legitimate heir to the Malfoy family. If Lucius is infertile, like I believe, then that would be the only way to conceive an heir. And Abraxas only died in 1987 of dragon pox. He could have got Narcissa pregnant when he realized that his son wouldn't manage. Perhaps he even did so secretly, using polyjuice to hide his identity. After all, it would be dangerous if he allowed her to have more ammunition against the Malfoys. Perhaps he claimed a new potion had given him the one-time ability to sire an heir. That's what my family would have done at least. Everything to keep the family name intact, explained Sirius. Amelia had to digest that part. Truly, the Dark families were despicable in many ways. Besides the terrible practices of families like yours, I think that I will point out the fact of inherited fortunes needing to be secured until the children are old enough and responsible enough to receive them. She got them back on topic. Secretly she made a mental note to investigate the fate of Persephone Malfoy. The girl had to be at one of the magical schools in Europe or America after all. Dolores Umbridge wasn't a happy bureaucrat. Until a few months ago everything had been going right in her world. Cornelius Fudge, whom she had worked with for a while, had been elected as the new Minister of Magic during the elections last June. She had climbed the ranks inside the ministry in his shadow as well, becoming Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. That was one of the most important positions at the ministry, on par with the heads of the diverse departments. But she wielded more influence, as she knew secrets that were passed on to the minister, or which she overheard during working hours. Those secrets allowed her to influence people and decisions where needed, and she considered the pureblood cause the most important thing. But an investigation of the DMLE, which she hadn't believed would turn into what it was now, had turned everything upside down. Several upstanding pureblood members of their country were sitting inside the holding cells, awaiting their trials. That wasn't right. Purebloods shouldn't be treated like that. But the DMLE for once had all laws on its side. Those people were caught in the act when the Aurors had used the hunt for the traitor Pettigrew to also arrest those that were found with illegal items, potions and other things. Some even she believed to be too stupid. Who kept some Imperious say s**avs at his own home? That was what the Aurors arrested Leonidas not for. She had thought he was smarter. If one had to lower oneself to use Muggleborns like that, then it shouldn't happen at home, but a secret hideout. Argoyle not hiding dark artifacts but displaying them in his study. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She had tried to make the minister see sense, but she had been rebuffed. Cornelius had told her that he would find out the truth of things, as seemingly not everybody that claimed Imperius back in 1981, directly after the fall of you-know-who, had told the truth about that fact. She had tried to argue, but 45 proven findings of dark marks on the left forearms of 50 prisoners was too much to push under the rug. She hated it, as those people were also ones that paid her good money for insider information about things going on at the ministry. Not to mention that they firmly believed that only purebloods should be allowed to lead their country and work at the ministry. But now those fine people were all arrested. She felt that Amelia Bones was abusing the power given to her to find Pettigrew, but she couldn't stop the other woman. She got carte blanche in the search for Pettigrew, and worse, she had succeeded. They had caught the rat. Everything was still kept under wraps, as nobody wanted to risk having one blunder mess things up. Not to mention that now that the goal was achieved, they had to try the other arrestees in front of the Wizengamot. Which would normally end in them getting off with a slap on the hand, but the bitch Bones had managed to get the law concerning the use of Veritaserum on purebloods revoked, replacing it with one that allowed the potions use on all witches, wizards and sentient magical creatures if they were accused of a list of predetermined crimes. Meaning it couldn't be used in trials against petty thieves, but those suspected to have committed capital crimes like murder couldn't refuse taking it anymore. Some security precautions to prevent deaths like in the 70s were to ensure that things went right this time around. She hated that, and she had noticed that the minister listened to her advice less and less. Not to mention that he was busy with working out his program for the increase of birth rates for magical children, including a bill to ensure the care of the children that lost their parents due to being sent to prison. And she knew that Bones would send most of the prisoners to Azkaban. She was busy at collecting evidence, and none of her informants inside the DMLE could tell Dolores what exactly that evidence was. They were all too busy with the work that had been pushed back while the rat hunt and examination of the rats had taken place. Only those that Bones trusted implicitly were involved in the preparation of the trials. She would have to think how to deal with the development of so many important people being taken out of the games soon. Some of them also sat on the Wizengamot, which would change the political stage until their children would be old enough to take their seats. Keith and Jessica had just finished their visit at the child healer's office at St. Mungo's. While for most needs Jessica's friend could take care of visits, there was a law that every baby born to magical parents had to be examined and registered at St. Mungo's at least once during the first 6 months of its life. It wasn't really a problem. They had decided to combine the visit to have Vanessa examined with a visit to Sirius. The examination didn't show anything special or worrisome. Vanessa was as healthy as a little witch could be. Not that they had doubted it. Undine Terrason had done her duty as a healer after all, and she had added a report for the head of the department that recorded the official examinations as well. It had only taken the couple 20 minutes to have their daughter examined and registered. There were no vaccinations against magical diseases that she needed. Undine had already given those to her. By now, Keith was known to the Aurors securing the DMLE ward and they were allowed to pass after their identities had been confirmed. They walked down the corridor and Keith knocked on the door to Sirius' room, as Jessica was carrying Vanessa. They were called inside and found Sirius working on some kind of puzzle. "Good afternoon, Sirius," greeted Keith. "Good afternoon, Keith and Jessica. Great to see you. Is this Vanessa?" asked Sirius curiously. "She is," nodded Jessica with a smile. "We decided, as we were already here to get Vanessa examined and officially registered, we could combine it with a visit to you." "That's great, thank you," replied Sirius, beaming at them. "You seem to be in a good mood?" asked Keith after they had all taken seats. Vanessa was awake and looked around curiously. This was the first time she had been taken to another place, and she had been good during the examinations. She had only whimpered once, when her clothes had been taken off to allow the healer to check her without interference. "I have all the reason to be happy. I can't tell you details yet, as I had to swear to Amelia Bones that I would keep quiet until the DMLE was done with their work, but I won't have to stay hidden longer than absolutely necessary. My healing is progressing really well, and I have got confirmation that in 1 week I can leave Street Mungo's for a safe house, where I will continue working on my recovery." Keith and Jessica understood that an ongoing investigation couldn't be endangered by letting details slip too early. They didn't pry into things, instead taking the topic of Sirius soon leaving the hospital. "I'm happy to hear that you can leave soon," stated Jessica. "I guess it will be a great relief to see something else but this floor all the time." "Definitely. The house is somewhere outside of other settlements, meaning I will be able to take walks within certain limits. I have been told that there is a small forest close by, which will be great for that. It also has a pool, which I can use to increase my training. It really beat being stuck in bed most of the day. That's something I certainly will pursue, as I want to get back to my previous level of strength as soon as I can. And the healers have already cleared me for light magical training again, which is what I was doing with the puzzle," explained Sirius. "What kind of puzzle is it?" asked Keith curiously. "It's normally something given to young children to playfully learn channeling their magic. You have to concentrate and will the picture on the piece you are holding to appear. You do that by channeling a little magic into the pieces. As children aren't allowed to have wands before they turn 10, and then only very basic training wands until they get a real wand when they turn 11, wizarding families have developed other ways of letting them practice their gift in some way." "That's smart," appreciated Jessica. "Where could such a puzzle be bought?" "I mean, it will be some time until Vanessa is old enough for something like that, but it never hurts to know where to look. I know that they are sold in Diagon Alley. I guess Derwish and Bangs would be a good place to start looking," pondered Sirius. "I never really asked where my parents got them." "We will find out when she's old enough. I think Harry wouldn't find them that interesting. Perhaps because he didn't see one before, but otherwise, it's not very challenging for a wizard that has already started Hogwarts education," agreed Sirius. "I'm mainly doing them because the healers believe that this easy exercise will prepare me for the time when I will be allowed to properly use my wand again. I can't wait. It has to be unpleasant to be limited in your activities," nodded Keith. "How is Harry doing?" asked Sirius. "Better than last term. The fact that Dumbledore was forced to act on the report the students put together has improved several things at Hogwarts. Harry especially likes that Professor Snape isn't his potions teacher right now. We will have to see if the man's behavior has changed when Harry starts his 3rd year, which is when he will have that man as his teacher again. But with the Ministry keeping a closer eye on things now, as they didn't like the report much either, I am hopeful that it won't go to the bad situation from before," answered Jessica. "I still can't believe that Dumbledore employed Snape of all people as a teacher. He is the furthest from having the right temper for the job." Sirius shook his head. "He already hated having to explain things to classmates when he was at school. I doubt he enjoys being around children all day. He had come a long way in not cursing out the injustice of Snape being allowed to stay free, under the protection of Dumbledore, when he had been a Death Eater, while Sirius didn't even get a trial. It took many meetings with a mind healer to get there though. It was doubtful he could keep control if he saw Snape in person, but at least talking about him didn't send him into a rage anymore." "Well, we will see how things go in the future," Keith stated diplomatically. "And, how are you faring with the little one? Does she keep you up a lot at night?" Sirius asked. "Sometimes. Most of the nights she only wakes up once, wanting to be fed, and normally she also needs changing. But 2 weeks ago, she suffered from a slight fever and was really unhappy, which caused her to sleep less well. I did carry her around for 2 hours one night, until she could fall asleep again. But Undine told me that it was normal that young children would contract illnesses from time to time, but with magical babies it rarely lasted long. As we live in the Muggle world, the risk of her getting in contact with a magical disease, which would be much more serious, would be a lot lower, explained Jessica. I'm glad about that. I'd rather she only suffers from light illnesses than something that needs a lot of potions to be treated. And this way, her immune system learns to deal with those problems. I don't like her being sick, as I always want to do something to make her feel better, but I logically know that all children catch one sickness or another regularly. True, and better she catches a normal cold than dragon pox, agreed Sirius. Just my opinion, agreed Keith. Undine told us what kind of dangerous child diseases there are in the wizarding world, and I would rather have my daughter protected against them with vaccinations as much as possible. But it takes time until they can be given, and while that is the case, better to keep her away from anybody having them. Sirius could only nod to that. It was the main reason why magical children were normally kept away from others that were not part of the family until they were at least 3 years old. By then, the responsible families would have ensured that they all had their baby vaccinations. Some less responsible ones decided that they could save the costs. It normally ended badly for the children. They continued talking for about an hour, before Jessica decided that Vanessa needed to soon get fed again before being put into bed for the night. Sirius thanked them for their visit and returned to his puzzle. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.